Hey, hello everyone. Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2, testing 1 2. All right, the sound is all good. How y'all doing today? How are you guys doing? Oh, I gotta speak on this. And I'm gonna give you this source of video that I watched. I've shared videos from her channel before. Forgive me for any mispronunciations. Corinne Allure, I believe that she has more than one channel. Yeah. But this, and particularly, I was watching her video on Minnie Riperton, the late singer Minnie Riperton, who is like my mom's age. She was also from Chicago, and I definitely had to click in and watch her video on Minnie Riperton because I was a big fan of Minnie Riperton when I kind of rediscovered her. Now, yeah, when Minnie Riperton passed away, uh, give me a second, guys. Give me 1 second. Oh goodness, I forgot I got all these doggone images up. Um, Minnie Riperton passed away. I was it was around the time, sometime I started school actually in the late 70s. So I was like already in school. I was a very, very young child. Like just entering like grammar school around that time. Now I knew of the songs, but I still didn't really know about her. It wasn't until I was like a teenager, like a young teenager in the latter '80s, late '80s, when I was a teenager, that I really, really started to get into Minnie Riperton. Now I was very much into hip hop. Used to write raps going back to like 1986. Wanted to be a rapper. I wanted to be a dancer. My first passion when it came to the entertainment arts. Now I've always been an artist, like a sketch artist. I've always been an artist since that's just something like in my DNA passed down from my family. Um, yeah, but and that's going back to like the '70s. But uh, when it came to entertainment, I really was into dance. And then I got, I was hanging with b-boys, and also at the time in the '80s, you had movies like Flashdance and all these movies that made you kind of want to be a dancer. But then I got into rapping as the hip hop culture, b-boy culture was growing popular definitely by the mid '80s, into the '80s and into the mid '80s. I got into like rapping when I became between writing rhymes. But then, and I understand I used to be what was they would refer to as a tomboy, even though I didn't tag myself as a tomboy. I was initially called that by my mom, but that was because I had a lot of brothers, very much a heterosexual female. But I had a lot of brothers and stuff, and I was the baby of the family. Um, yeah, yeah. So and I hung with boys like b boys and stuff, and so I played games, and so I found myself being attracted definitely to the hip hop culture, which was at the time a little more male dominated. But I wanted to be one of them early female MCs, kind of inspired by like the Roxanne Shantays. Yeah. So I used to rap, but then there was a point, in my when I guess I started tapping more into wanting to be a singer. Now I had already been in choir, uh, when I was like 12 years old in the mid '80s. I had when I was a preteen. I had became a part of, why not, school choir. So, I had some experience in singing. But then I really started getting more into singing, even more so than rap by the time of the late 80s, early 90s. I know, believe it or not. And you may have seen my video here with me singing, but that was well after my voice cracked. One of the reasons, now I was already an alto. Okay. I was already an alto. um a woman with or a female with a deeper voice. Well, most females, I think the majority just happen to be altos, definitely of quote unquote black females. um However, the soprano voice, that's the prettier, the higher pitched voice. There are some male sopranos too. Yeah, yeah. If you have a somewhat deeper voice, you're usually an alto, female, mostly alto. And now I realize that I'm a contralto. My voice is very deep, but the soprano voices are always very pretty. They're the higher, the more higher pitched voices and everything that sound that sound prettier and girlier, like you think Denise Williams. Now, I was able to be kind of, I was kind of like, I guess you could say Mariah Carey, in that Mariah Carey, you hear her, you hear an alto, like when she's speaking. And however, she is able, being that she has that range where she's able to hit soprano notes that you expect sopranos only to be able to hit, like the whistle note. And believe it or not, that was me once upon a time. I know you find it hard to believe because my voice is so shot and jacked right now, and I'll explain to you why. But yeah, once upon a time, I was able to hit those notes in the whistle register. And what got me interested in that, okay, when I was a teenager, kind of in the early, this was like late 80s, I had discovered Minnie Riperton. I mean, I have knew of those songs, being born in the early to mid 70s. Of course, I knew, I was a baby. I was, like a toddler when Loving You came out. So, of course, I remembered those songs. And when I was a very young child, Memory Lane, before she passed away. No, she was not a one hit wonder. But I don't know. I just happened to be listening to just kind of rediscovering her voice as a teenager. And I remember my brother who passed away. Um, he was next to me. And he was explaining to me about the song Memory Lane. Now, I had heard it many times from when I was a child, played on the black radio stations, even if Memory Lane didn't hit the mainstream charts like Loving You did. But when my brother explained to me about her untimely passing, now I had like kind of knew something about it because I remember, there was like a Soul Train episode back then with Stevie Wonder and stuff. But I didn't really get into Minnie Riperton until then. But in her voice, yeah, when he was explaining to me about her passing and how in the song Back Down Memory Lane, how she's saying stuff, I don't want to go. And like my brother, he's the one who passed away. He's also the one who explained to me Otis Redding sitting on the dock of the band. I was like, that's so sad, telling me that he was already gone when the song came out. But yeah, but then my brother is explaining to me about the song Back Down Memory Lane. Yeah, I stumbled on this photograph. I know my voice is shot now. But yeah, when he explained that she made that song because she knew she was dying, and I didn't know that. The many times I heard that song, I didn't know about that. And when she hit those notes, even I've heard the song before, I just didn't pay attention to it like that. But I found myself just really captivated by her voice. Really captivated by her voice. And it was just so beautiful, her hitting those notes. And it even hit me more when my brother talked to me, telling me, like, you hear her at the end, she's saying, I don't want to go, I don't want to go. Like, that was making me sad, but at the same time, it just had me even more so interested in this singer now. Yeah, saying she knew she was going to die. That's why she's saying at the end of the song, I don't want to go. And he's telling me this, and I'm getting sad, and I'm getting all like, oh, and then it just got me into wanting to listen to more of Minnie Riperton. And I found myself now wanting to be a singer, wanting to do more singing, less rapping, and I don't know. At the same time, this was kind of helping me tap more into my girliness. And then, not long after that, you had like a year after that, around the group In Vogue, like 1990, the group In Vogue. They also got me wanting to sing, but it was first like Minnie Riperton. And I was listening, so I would just listen to and play her music and like, you know what, I could do this, I could sing this, I could try to, I would, of course, I never got it exactly like, but I, believe it or not, with my younger voice, I know it's hard to believe when you listen to my voice as deep and harsh as it sounds now, but I had learned to hit the whistle note. And what's also ironic, shortly after that, around the same time, Mariah Carey came out. So I would be, and I started getting in talent competitions, and I would sing, even though I didn't really like the song Vision of Love. Mariah Carey, she was this new artist. I was like a teenager. And yeah, she was this new artist. This is 1990. And now I'm in, yeah, I'm already, yeah, I started high school like in the late 80s. But yeah, so I started a talent show singing Vision of Love, even though I wasn't very fond of the song because it was very ballady like, and I wasn't into ballads that much, at least the ballads of that time. Um, yeah, but I sang it because I knew that it would impress people. There was also another song that came out eventually, Lisa Fisher's "How Can I Ease the Pain." And I'm telling you, I can bring my friends. I'm not lying to y'all. I'm not lying. I know y'all find it. Yes, it was. All those songs deep down was sappy to me. But I knew that if I sang them at talent competitions and being that they were popular at that time, I knew that I could really wow people and perhaps win. And in cases I did. Regardless of, even though I was more into stuff that was just a little more soulful, rhythmic, a little funkier, a little. I actually would have preferred singing like Angela Winbush or something like that, but I would purposely sing like Visions of Love. I'm telling you, I could bring my friend on the stream because we sang together. She probably still got her voice where I lost mine years ago. But yeah, so, but it was what got me into, and it's just ironic how this happened because, okay, I discover or rediscover Minnie Riperton around 1989. And then a year after that, you have like not long after that, you have In Vogue and you have Mariah Carey, all right, who became popular for hitting the whistle note, the whistle going singing in that register, and you also had Lisa Fisher. She had a song, some kind of one hit wonder, "How Can I Ease the Pain." So I'd also practice singing that. But yeah, like I said, it was Minnie Riperton who got me, who really, and come to find out, Mariah Carey, kind of the same story. But she was a young child when she first really got into, Mariah Carey, of course, being older than myself, she got into Minnie Riperton from when she was a very young child. And that's what impressed her. Like she was 7 years old here in Minnie Riperton. Yeah, I had knew of Minnie Riperton from when I was a young child. I just didn't really know her story and didn't pay that close attention, to her singing and all that like that. I just, knew those songs, "Loving You," "Memory Lane." Yeah. Um, but yeah, it really got me into singing. So I would start doing talent shows, competitions, and I got more so into singing, and I started leaning more towards singing and rapping. And it also helped me also to tap more into, well, the beginning of me tapping a little more into wanting to be girlier. You know what I'm saying? And around the same time In Vogue came out, and I liked their style, and they were beautiful. They were they were feminine, beautiful, and so whereas before, and plus at that time too, I was very much into MC Light and all that because that's the direction I saw myself, going more into the female MC. Want to be taken serious as an MC, and I kind of saw myself vicariously through rappers like MC Light. But on the other end, I'm now wanting to get more so into the singing and wanting, still was kind of still in that tomboy leaning, but yeah. Uh yeah, and you gotta understand her voice was so beautiful. Even though I was an alto, I wanted to hit those, those whistle notes. And so I would do I would drink like lemon, squeeze lemon and stuff. I would lemon juice and everything that can make my voice. And I even got to a point where I was using nasal spray, like deep, like Ultra Sinex, Ultra Fine Mist to open up You know what I'm saying? Me nostrils and clear. But I honestly think in me doing that, that damaged the things I was doing. I think that did some damage to my vocals. Because some point in the 90s, like around early mid 90s, yeah, I got laryngitis back to back. The third time, and you know, laryngitis, where it just totally takes your voice out. And the third time I got laryngitis, my voice never really returned to the same. It never really came back, and it's just gotten deeper, especially now that I'm bigger and got bigger eventually and older. And, you know what I'm saying? And it is what it is. And then it just got to a point where every time if I talk too much, my voice goes hoarse. If I talk too loud or little, you know, and y'all notice like yeah, my voice cuts off very easily. And by the late 90s, I was supposed to saw an ear nose and throat specialist, but I ended up leaving the state that I was living in and cut off from the doctors I was going to see. And so I never, and I know I've been talking about this for years, I never followed up. I just lost, I guess, the desire to sing and stuff. um but yeah, I was definitely into singing, dancing, rapping. But I had around the early 90s and stuff, I got really into singing until the whole thing with my voice. Just yeah, I got laryngitis. The third time I got laryngitis, it just didn't, my voice never returned the same. And so it's been very, very, yeah, yeah. But I was moving at that time. I was relocating and everything, and I still was supposed to with the ENT, ear, nose, and throat specialist. But I don't know. I guess I lost the passion for singing and stuff. But I was really, 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 really into it. Was Minnie Riperton that first really got me. You know, even I had already been like in choir. I just, you know, junior high, just joined choir. I don't know why I joined it, but so I already, you know, knew something about singing. Um, what about what you said? What happened last week? What I missed? You said what about last week? How you doing, by the way? Azure TV, Panazoid. But yeah, now I'm gonna talk about, and I don't mean to offend nobody, because I'm gonna get a little spiritual. That's why I'm doing this on both channels, doing the stream on both channels. I think, right? Ain't I? I supposed to be. It's supposed to be on two channels. Yeah, very few viewers though. But I'm going to get a little spiritual and giving my opinion. You don't have to agree with me on certain things, but this is very, very interesting to learn. Um, and you know, I'm a Bible believer, and yeah, this is yeah. But anyways, I got so into Minnie Riperton, and I happened to be in the late '80s, early '90s, in my latter teenage years. I happened to be in a girls' home because I be, you know, y'all know the story. Family came dysfunction, all that. You know, after the whole crack cocaine epidemic kind of hit my family and messed things up, and also in combination with poverty and various other things. So it caused me where I became like a runaway. I ended up in a group home, blah, blah, blah. And this one group home I was in that was kind of co-ed. And it was this guy, a staff member, us girls we used to love him. His name was Torn. He was so cool. Some girls had a crush on him. Yeah, we later found out. Sadly, he passed away of AIDS, and we didn't know he was gay. Yeah, a lot of females did not know, but I know he always smelled really good, had great style, and he was so cool with us girls, but we had no idea. You know, I didn't know till after learning his passing sometime in the 90s. One of the staff members I became friends with told me, like, yeah, he was gay. He didn't know. Like, well, no. But we was really good friends, and he was one of the staff members in one of the group homes I was in, and he knew that I was into Minnie Riperton. So, and he liked the fact that I was in the Minnie Ripertons, because obviously he liked Minnie Riperton. So he had got me he had made a tape for me, a cassette for me with her songs and stuff. And I was, oh, so I really would be sitting in my room and stuff, just listening to Minnie Riperton, driving people crazy, practicing singing. I got so into Minnie Riperton songs. And eventually I end up purchasing in the 90s my own of course I had lost that, so I ended up buying sometime in the 90s. They had came out with this is after I was an adult. They came out with Minnie Riperton's greatest hits. That's why it insulted me when I watched VH1, just like I got Patrice Russian's greatest hits in the 90s, Roger Troutman's greatest hits, or Zapp's greatest hits. Yeah, around the same time. But when I watched, they talking about Minnie Riperton, a one-hit wonder. Like, what? Because I know, definitely know Memory Lane was probably played more on the black radio stations, considering my memory, even more than Loving You. So I'm like, what y'all talking about? Yeah, she had the song Inside My Love, and those are the three main ones. Yeah, but I knew of all her songs because I had her greatest hits, and plus with the music that Torrin initially gave me, he had put together a tape for me, a cassette with her songs. I was like, so cool of him. And yeah, because he knew I was into Minnie Riperton. But I'm gonna tell you, I had became really obsessed with her music and her voice. She had this. I always have problems pronouncing this, but this ethereal. Yeah, that's how you pronounce it. Like, just her voice was surreal. It was so light and beautiful, and yet powerful. And I know I'm not a soprano. I know I don't have, but I practiced so that I could really hit those notes. I really did. Um, yeah. But yeah, her voice was just so beautiful and enchanting. And usually I don't like songs that are too sappy or too, but you couldn't help but it's kind of like what they describe in this video that Corinne Allure did, when they describing Minnie Riperton's voice, like, and Loving You, like, they may list her, like VH1, the mainstream may list her as a one-hit wonder, but with the song Loving You, but the way they talk about it, like everybody loved it, it was soothing, during the time coming up from the Vietnam War and all that. A lot of those songs though were more so like early 70s, like when you think Karen Carpenter, but also going into the early 80s, you had this time of ballads, but by that time she had already passed away. But and another singer I want to mention, Sarita Wright. But yeah, let me see if I can still try. I know my voice is lying safe with. Okay, see. Come bring me your sweetness. Believe it or not, my voice is shot, but I used to, it was like more like I was an imitator of these singers. And I could imitate, even if that wasn't the way that I actually sang. That's the thing. I'm kind of like Drake in that sense. Like when I said about Drake, like, okay, well, what is Drake's voice though? That's kind of how I was. Instead of finding my own voice, I was so busy trying to emulate, other singers that I don't know exactly what my voice was. I think I'm closer to someone like Angela Winbush. But I sure could do an imitation. Believe it or not. But those voices were so beautiful. And I'm gonna mention Sarita Wright as well, who ended up marrying Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder also worked with Minnie Riperton on some music. But yeah, anyways, but her voice was so beautiful. But this is something. Let me see. Let me share from Fair Use, Fair Use. I'm going to share. I got it sped up a little bit. I have it sped up a little bit. Corinne Allure's video. And I left in the description section, I left a link to her channel so you can go and subscribe or check out her channel. If you're interested, subscribe. Okay, FBI warning. Federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 U.S.C. 107. And copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976 allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing nonprofit, educational, or personal use. Tips the balance in favor of fair use. All right. So let me do a screen share. Now, yeah, me just tapping in to watch this video, like, oh, when I saw it come up, then I'm subscribed to the channel. I was like, oh gosh, what about Minnie Riperton? What now? Not Minnie. Leave Minnie alone. And you got to also understand, Minnie Riperton's around the age of my mom. She's also from Chicago. My mother actually said, even though I found nothing that said that Minnie Riperton went to Marshall High School, where my mama went on the west side of Chicago, Marshall High School, my mother said that Minnie Riperton was at Marshall High School like for a short period. I don't think she regularly attended there. I think it had something to do with her singing. This is what my mother told me. She just said that she sure knew how to dress. That's what my mama said. I found nothing to back up that Minnie Riperton went to Marshall High School. Maybe it had something to do with this, the singing group that she was in high school. Because she'd been singing, like I believe since her high school days. I also remember watching the unsung. But my mama did claim, and she was around my mama's age, and she looked kind of similar to my mama. She looked, somewhat similar. So I definitely gravitate to this woman. um yeah, just something about the eyes that are kind of similar to my mom. um the eyes and mouth, yeah, just, or maybe it's that makeup look, like my mom also be compared to Diana Ross. Maybe that was that look, the way the eye makeup. But she definitely, when I look at her, I also think of kind of my mother at the same time too. um yeah, an airy vocalist. Oh my gosh. And I was enchanted by it. I know I shouldn't use the term enchanted, but that's how it was. It was like, even I had heard these songs before, but and then with my brother telling me of the background, with her past and everything, it got me even more interested in this singer. So, but I think what kind of took my voice out was the fact that I was kind of imitate, I would maybe doing singing beyond my range. That's what I'm going to assume. I was singing beyond my own natural range, or I ended up perhaps stretching out my vocals or whatever damage I did because I was using nasal spray, to everything, eating sunflower seeds, whatever would make my voice clearer, and so I could be able to imitate these singers. And I'm going to say imitate because that's basically what I was doing instead of staying within my own vocal range. I wanted to sing like her. I wanted to sing, I wanted to hit those notes that were kind of beyond my range. Where's it? Where's it? Yeah, try to. Yeah, but let me see. Is this the part?
Minnie Riperton's journey was one of passion, talent, and undeniable spirit, leaving behind a legacy that continues to inspire musicians and fans worldwide.
Oh, and there's so many singers. There are so many singers. Yeah, I could go before Mariah Carey. I can go from around the time, we got Denise Williams. We got there's so many singers. I had these. You definitely, like late 70s, early 80s, these softer kind of voices, and even going to the, yeah, like Sarita Wright, uh like you had on one end, you had the voices that were like Shaka Khan, a little more powerful, a little more, but then you had these and even I'd even put Patrice Rushen, although she didn't hit these notes like that. She wasn't this powerful like singer. It was more about her being a musician, but she still, had the little light voice. But I'm not gonna lie, I wanted to sound like that singing. I did. Even though I have a deeper and deep down, yeah, Mariah Carey's an alto too. Okay, I think she's naturally like me at alto. It could be the cigarette smoking and stuff over the years, but you could tell Mariah Carey, has a deeper voice. But that was the thing; she had the range where she was able to sing, higher. Whereas Minnie Riperton, she was naturally had a higher voice. So perhaps it was easier for her, but that does still take training, and this is something also that this type of singing, like with the in the whistle register, it kind of relates back to opera singing. And like I said, I definitely have respect for opera singers. Yeah.
Sure, we go back in time and understand the culture during that time, which made it possible for her style of music to flourish and rise the charts. Psychedelic music, consciousness, and the search for the divine, few genres of music have been as closely linked to altered states of consciousness as psychedelic music. From the 1960s onward, psychedelic artists sought to create sounds that mimicked mystical experiences, spiritual awakenings, dreams, visions, and even encounters with the divine. For many listeners, psychedelic music was
And
not merely entertainment.
okay, and understand. This is also what I want to talk about because I talked about this with my daughter. And when I was telling her we'd be watching it, it's like my daughter, like, duh, like, why are you surprised and learning about life? I said, no, I just saw a lot of things as, just imagination, in the way that Corinne is able in this video to play certain clips from songs that I've heard many times, but I just never really thought about it like that. Now, like the song Inside My Love, Will You Come Inside Me? Do You Want to Ride Inside? I thought it was just something, yeah, something sexual, but not necessarily perverse. Sexual, yes, but like between a man and a woman, like nothing necessarily wrong with that if you're in love with this person. And I was hiding, yeah, it's a little naughty sounding for Minnie Riperton, who you see as more innocent, but it I didn't see it as necessarily wicked, but listen, after, and I understand that's the power of the influence of a video. Things can have you hearing things. A person can do a video, have you hearing things a little differently, but I do think we need to take this into consideration. Okay, what's being said here, because it is something to think about. And I'm glad that this isn't just an AI presented video because you can't really trust these AI videos or it's just somebody AI talking and they just got, I'm glad that this is coming from a human. And I'm not saying that we're right about everything and our perceptions of people. And I know that she just gave information. She didn't necessarily give a bias to say that she's for or against or, yeah. It just says Minnie Riperton, the title, psychedelic music, Gaia worship, and whistling. That's all. She's just giving you the information and letting you decide and, and give just something to give consideration to. And I got to point out, one thing I want to point out, Minnie Riperton, like my mama, was a baby boomer, an early baby boomer, born not long after World War II ended. Okay. Now, as you know, the baby boomer generation are said to be, from How You Doing, Warriors Are the Best. Oh, you like? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember when I initially years, like in the 90s or whatever, or whenever it was, I found out that Maya Rudolph was her daughter. Like, oh, because I'd been watching Saturday Night Live, of course. But when I first found out that years ago, I was like, oh wow, while she was still on SNL. But yeah, I was saying, yeah. So Minnie Riperton, yeah, okay. The baby boomer generation, they're said to be, after World War II had ended, like 1945, from 1946 to the time that the years that are given now that are pretty much accepted, from 1946, those who were born from 1946 to 1964. Okay. Now you have those early baby boomers like Minnie Riperton, my mother, my auntie, a lot of my aunts and uncles, most of them, except for my grandma's second family, most of them are those early baby boomers born in like the late 40s, early 50s. Yeah, then you got those ones that are kind of in between or towards it, in, I would say, like Michael Jackson, Madonna, those ones who definitely entertained my generation, Generation X's in the 80s. And then you had those late baby boomers, like Ice-T and some of them founders of hip hop. But yeah. So definitely when we're talking about the early baby boomers, and I do know that the baby boomers, they take a lot of heat. But I'm so glad that Truth Unedited, and he's a millennial, he had his video and talking about television. And when American homes were all getting televisions, went from, and the baby boomers, they were like the first generation to kind of be raised, from the time they were babies, with the television for the most part, and see, now you already had the influence of the media/medium, big sorcery. You already had the programming of radio and film and cinema before that, but now we got something, the television, and now we got like, now you can also see headlines, from eventually able to see headlines across the country, and even eventually You got via satellite, and you know what I'm saying. But anyways, yeah, we have to understand the baby boomers. I know we want to take a lot of things out on the baby boomers, but they were really targeted. And when you understand also what was going on after, around the time, even before, but definitely after World War II ended, when you learn about Project Paperclip, when you learn about Mind Control Ultra, and all of that was going on in that era, all that influenced what became the counterculture, which contributed to the sexual revolution, the quote unquote drug years, the whole free love movement, all that was going on. This is post civil rights era, this time of so-called this newfound freedom. And a lot of these baby boomers, they were young. They were, either they were like kids, like teenagers, or they were like young college age. And they were influenced by generations before them, like what we don't talk about with the silent generation. Okay. And especially when we're talking about these older baby boomers, you know, and they're seeing all that's going on in the world. These were people, they were children, many of young children during the civil rights era. They were like little kids and baby, like really little kids when the whole thing with Emmett Till happened. They were like maybe 8, 9 years old. Yeah, and they saw that we're going, and they probably had ideas for a better society. And so now you have this medium and using television, music. You got the Ed Sullivan Show. You got all this to influence them so much. And all of a sudden you got these people like the Timothy Learys and these so-called gurus and all of, and there was British Survey. Like when you learn about Tavistock, when you learn about Laurel Canyon, when you learn about, so before we are so quick to criticize the baby boomers, and I'm not saying that we should look at them and hold them responsible, but we got to understand at that time, even them getting into these interracial relationships, it's not the same. Like when you look at today, and I'm not trying to make excuses, but unlike how it is today with a lot of these divestors and this so-called manosphere people going their own way or whatever, or just separating from their own people, it wasn't necessarily, I don't think back then that they were necessarily thinking, oh, I can't stand black men or I can't stand black women. They probably really saw it as them changing the world even, and a newfound freedom. Do you understand what I'm saying? And like they're thinking, because there are those black folks of that generation, of that era, that they actually almost like they liked seeing that, like they saw it as, like us all coming together. Now you had those who had more of a, let's say, black nationalist mentality. And that's the funny thing, because white men, my mama was one of them women that white men thought they could holler at. But my mother was actually more influenced by the black nationalists of the era. But you also had those who, was like more influenced by the liberal hippie. You understand what I'm saying? Beatnik. Yeah. And understand Minnie Riperton, like my mom, both being from Chicago. And believe it or not, my mother used to like to sing as well. Yeah. I didn't, you know what? I'm from Chicago. I didn't know they named a school after. Now I know that there's an Emmett Till like drive, but I didn't know there's a school. I didn't know that. But yeah. But anyway, let me play some more of what she's saying here on Minnie Riperton. And as you know, Minnie Riperton, and my mama used to talk about, but she ain't had no ill words for Minnie Riperton. Minnie Riperton and her husband, what's his name? Rudolph. I just know his last name's Rudolph. Yeah. And they had 2 kids, and he was a Caucasian Jewish man. They had 2 children, biracial children. Being that Minnie Riperton died when they were so young, they were primarily raised under the, as Jewish kids. by their father. Um, yeah, Maya.
It was viewed as a doorway into another realm of consciousness.
Just in hearing more. Yeah, and I just think of, because my mother would take pictures similar to this, like, yeah, and so I see so much the influence, like my mom, and you know, and I think the women of that era was so beautiful, especially when they were in their prime. I think of how my mother looked. I think the women of that era just carried themselves so beautifully, like those early eight baby boomers, and those are the silent generation, black women of that. I feel that these women, when it came to style, and I think that they were some of. I know we talk about '90s fine with my generation, Generation X, but I would tell you, I think some of the most glamorous looking women when it came to style and all of that, I definitely look to my mom's. Those who are more so of like my mom's generation, and like from the silent generation, late silent generation, into the early baby boomers. I think that they had some of the greatest style, and they really were able to really capture that beauty. Yes, they wore makeup and they did, but I don't know. I just really like that look when I see photos of women of that era, and I think of how glamorous my mother was, and I like the way that they wore their makeup and all of that. How you doing, Antoine Grady?
For many listeners, psychedelic music was not merely entertainment, it was viewed as a doorway into another realm of consciousness. What is psychedelic music? Psychedelic music emerged during the 1960s counterculture movement and was heavily influenced by experimentation with hallucinogenic substances such as LSD, psilocybin mushrooms, mescaline, and cannabis. The goal was often to recreate musically what people experienced during psychedelic trips. Feelings of timelessness, a sense of oneness with the universe, vivid colors, and mental imagery, the dissolution of the ego, encounters with spiritual beings or cosmic intelligence, a sensation of becoming godlike. Musically, this was achieved through extended instrumental passages, echo and reverb effects, layered
Wow, Chicago and yeah, chess records.
harmonies, unusual chord progressions, Eastern instruments such as the sitar, dreamlike vocals, repetitive hypnotic rhythms. Artists wanted listeners to feel transported, somewhere beyond ordinary reality. One of the most common reports.
Okay, I don't want y'all. uh, yeah, and you can. Yeah, going to. But let me get back on Minnie Riperton, because I don't want y'all seeing them images. That's the only thing I would warn a Korean, because I notice in watching these videos, sometimes it's almost like a jump scare where she'll jump into, like, yeah, I was watching this and it went into, I had to kind of fast forward a little part with this guy saying, I am the, I said, okay, let me, that's the only thing I would warn, with the videos, because you don't want, yeah.
New and spiritual encounters, or chemically induced perceptions, physical expressions of psychedelic revelation. Tomorrow never knows within you, without you, and Eastern spirituality. Harrison became deep exploration. John Lennon famously described LSD as opening his mind. George Harrison became deeply interested in Hindu mysticism, meditation, gurus, and Eastern spirituality. Many fans interpreted songs like Tomorrow Never Knows Within You, Without You, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds as musical expressions of psychedelic revelation. The Beatles helped popularize the idea that drugs could produce spiritual enlightenment.
Now, my mother was, she was somewhat, she didn't really like play the Beatles music around us like that, but she was definitely, even though my mother was more black nationalist leaning, could not deny that she was not influenced by the counterculture. And remember what I told you guys, that my mother, she was totally against the idea of drugs, but marijuana. She was totally against cocaine. She was totally, but she really did not see marijuana as wrong. She saw it as, she didn't see it as a drug. And there's a lot of people who still, they would also argue with me, no, it's not a drug. I understand. Yeah, now my mom ain't gonna mess with no acid or LSD or nothing like that. And she sure didn't understand why anybody would want to mess with cocaine. But my mother, although her mother would definitely not agree, but my mother did not see marijuana smoke. And like I said, when my mother got of a, when my siblings, not me though, but when my siblings got of a certain age, my mother did smoke marijuana with them. And I do feel that that was a bad, I'm not calling my mom necessarily bad, because I know my mother and I know her intentions and how she thought on things. But She just, I don't think she realized that it ended up with her children becoming a gateway. Do you understand? We have a better understanding on things now too. And also, you got to put ourselves in the shoes of people back then and how they were influenced. What do you think, or who do you think may have influenced my mother? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, what do you think? Yes, my mother was. She ended up getting involved with black nationalists and stuff, but she was also definitely influenced by the counterculture as her, who she had married. And I told you the story with him. Yeah, he was fun. How my mother became a widow. I've already told that story. And he wanted her husband, who was already making money in accounting, wasn't my father actually, but he wanted to do other things also in music, and he knew music artists and stuff, but ended up being found dead in New York City while she stayed in Chicago, and they separated. He wanted to go explore and venture into, because obviously they were, yeah, but anyway. My mama wouldn't listen to stuff, but I remember my mother, she would just school us on these things. She didn't really listen, but there was obviously somehow my one brother got into David Bowie and all that stuff, and I do believe that my mom had something to do with my brother going into certain, because we were like a family. We had albums by Queen, and you know what I'm saying, going back to the 70s. We had this music, but we also had that music. So it's very obvious that my mother was influenced. And my mother, from a very early age, she told me what a baby boomer was. My mother talked about being a proud baby boomer and what it represented. And so, yeah, she was definitely kind of proud to represent that culture. She was definitely anti-war. She wasn't liberal. She was never down with the feminists now, but she was still very much influenced by black nationalists. Now, she just wrote off, for instance, the feminists and stuff as a bunch of lesbians. That's how she wrote them off. But she was still, and a lot of these who claim they're so pro-black and stuff, a lot of them, they were still influenced by the white hippie counterculture. And no, my mom would never say that she was a commie, or anything like that. But I think that they were influenced without even realizing. You understand what I'm saying? I definitely believe so with my mother, because I think of, I definitely believe my mother. And I remember my mama talking to us about the whole thing with the Helter Skelter, the Beatles and the Charles Manson murders, and her telling us, you know what I'm saying? She would just school us on a lot of things. But my mom did have certain books, like, like I talked about before. She had, but a lot of people had, like L. Ron Hubbard's Dianetics. She had books on, uh she was into Dr. Spock, and like I said, my mother did try to be somewhat different, but she still definitely believed in the Bible. Like, she didn't approve of, in the 70s, there was this Jesus Christ Superstar. I remember, like a musical or something, and my mother, she acknowledged that that was playing with God. So my mother still had them like Baptist roots. She still knew the Bible, but we didn't go to church. We didn't, even though my mama grew up in a household where they went to church religiously, and then eventually my grandmama, after my mother was an adult, became a Jehovah's Witness along with my auntie and aunt. But my mother, we didn't have to go to church. We didn't, but my mama did still believe in I think my mother, she kind of had more of an appreciation, although she wasn't raised anything close to Catholic, but she had this love and appreciation for the Catholics because she saw them as giving. And yeah, so yeah, my mother was definitely about charity, being charitable, and she looked up to people like Mother Teresa. Those were the white people she definitely respected, those who were about charity, and she kind of saw that, I guess, more so with the Catholic religion. So she had this definite respect for nuns and Catholics, also being Chicago and the influence of the Irish, like Father, you know what I'm saying? So, you know what? My mama, we didn't really talk about that much. That's what's funny. I remember watching a special on it, but she didn't talk about it that much. That's what's interesting, because my mother was type, because now when I think about it, yeah, when that happened, I was a child in 97. My mother was always into the news, always into what was going on in the world. We were young kids. We had to learn about Reaganomics. Obviously, Ronald Reagan was evil. Ronald Reagan was evil. So yeah. Yeah, I was a young kid learning all that stuff. Uh, but yeah, it's just very very interesting because I do feel that Minnie Riperton and my mom they were much alike. However, my mother was more pro black leaning. I'm not saying that no, I don't think that. I think that Minnie Riperton and even in her getting I don't think it had anything to do with any sort of spite or anything like that against black men or black race or anything like that. I think they do feel you had these ones who felt like you had those ones who were more, I guess you could say, black nationalist leaning, and then you had those ones kind of like when you think funk music, then you had those ones who were more on a we are the world and give peace a chance. Yeah. Um, but I think they were. Some of this went hand in hand more than we realized.
Psychedelic revelation. The Beatles helped popularize the idea that drugs could produce spiritual enlightenment. Whether those experiences represented genuine spiritual encounters or chemically induced perceptions remains heavily debated. Psychedelic substances.
Oh yeah, and I just want to mention with her style. Now that's what's interesting. My mother said. Now she said that she did at some point was at the high school my mama was at, even though she wasn't from the west side of Chicago. But she did Minnie Riperton, that is. She did say that Minnie Riperton was at Marshall High School. I think it had something to do with her singing, even if she wasn't regularly attending. I couldn't find information on that. But my mama just said that she could dress really good. And I was interesting because I'm like, she kind of have a bohemian style. So maybe her style back in her high school days, maybe it was different. Not saying that the way she dressed was bad, but considering my mama's sense of taste, my mama she was not into the bohemian look at all, really. But yeah, so that was interesting. My mom saying that when I consider how Minnie Riperton, how I came to know of her. So maybe she was dressing a little differently back in her high school years because she was known, I'll explain this image in a minute that I put together and why I got the Caucasian woman in the center. If you don't know who that is, I'll tell you. I'll tell you in a minute. But yeah, you see Minnie Riperton. Yeah, she had the flowers in her hair. That was also kind of popularized by the Pointer Sisters. A lot of those women of that era, and like whether they wearing their hair natural or more natural leaning style, or having flowers in their hair and looking more bohemian like. I guess I don't know if I'd say bohemian chic, but more earthier look. Even when it came to the makeup and all. If you're from yeah, and you see like Minnie Riperton, for instance. Yeah, let me and sharing some of these images. Now, yeah, this was, before she passed. This is also that greatest hits. This is also put on that greatest hits album. But this was in her prime of her career. This was kind of more of her look. And of course, this famous album cover with her in the melting ice cream. Perfect Angel. She is with her family. But yeah, I'm trying to yeah, and what's interesting, and I'm reading some of these comments with this Adventures in Paradise, this album here. Yeah, this lion, I remember learning about that years ago, where this lion actually had almost like tried to maul her when she was doing this. And the thing is that she wasn't really scared like that, but yeah, well, it's and they got the footage and everything, where she was now somebody left a comment like, oh, they were trying to sacrifice her then. And I don't know about all that, but yeah, but a lot of these pictures where there's flowers and gardens and animals and things that are closer to nature and um yeah, there she is with her daughter um doing a of her album with the melting ice cream and all. As you can see here. But yeah, this was more of her look. As you see, kind of a, I wouldn't say bohemian chic, but definitely a more bohemian, earthy, beautiful. And you'll notice the like the garning garland like kind of behind around the hair. Some say maybe that's symbolic, like a halo kind of. I don't know. Pointer Sisters also kind of had that look. You see her here in the garden. Yeah, also for her music. So now I don't know if that's the style that I don't think she had that style while they were still in high school in the 60s. Or I don't think that was her style, but earlier in the 60s. But I just know my mom said she could dress really good, like so, but I don't think it was the same style. I think this was more of her style, more so into the 70s.
Is affected not only the listeners, but also the artists, remains heavily debated. Psychedelic the Beatles helped popularize the idea that drugs could produce spiritual enlightenment. Whether the
Now, she doesn't say that Minnie Riperton did drugs necessarily. Okay. I know that when I watched the Unsung, they were saying, how she was, why me when it came to the cancer, saying she didn't smoke and she didn't. So, Corinne does not say that Minnie Riperton necessarily did drugs. Now, whether if she smoked marijuana, because do understand that my mother also didn't see herself as doing drugs, although my mother did smoke marijuana, but she didn't see it as doing drugs. She just didn't. And I'm not saying that there's no proof that Minnie Riperton did marijuana. There's no proof of that. She also said, Minnie Riperton, that, yeah, they said in the Unsung, I remember when they were like, Minnie Riperton was like, why me? I don't smoke. Like, why did I get this cancer? I don't smoke or anything like that. Um, Okay, so it's never said, there's no information about her doing any sort of drugs, mushrooms, marijuana, any sort of taking any sort of substance, LSD, acid. So I just want to make that clear. And she doesn't say it in this video either, but she's talking about this all for a reason. Even mentioning the Beatles and their influence. Yeah, my mother definitely talked about the influence of the Beatles, as my mother talked about the influence of James Brown as well on the culture, on the youth, and these all Americans, pretty much the world, or the Western world, most definitely. And you got to understand what was going on. If we were to talk about Tavistock, the UK, and Berkeley University in California, United States, and the musicians, for instance, that came out of Laurel Canyon, there's a whole lot. You got to understand, I believe that there was a lot of experimentation going on during and after the time of World War II. A lot of experimentation when it came to mind control and everything. Do you understand? And I do believe that these weirdos who are in positions of power, they eventually, they got into these entertainers. Some of these entertainers may have been set up. I'm not saying that's the case with Minnie Riperton, but they were definitely influenced to, I believe, be participants in this agenda. And I'm not saying that they were these willing agents. I'm not saying that. I believe in the case of someone like Minnie Riperton, I just really believe that, I do feel that you had certain people who may have been kind of fooled. I have a right to my opinion. Like, I feel even my mother to a degree, into feeling like this is the right way, or this is the right way of living and thinking. And okay, but I'll go more into that later.
those experiences represented genuine spiritual the idea that drugs could produce spiritual enlightenment. Whether those experiences represented genuine spiritual encounters or chemically induced perceptions remains heavily debated. Psychedelic substances affected not only the listeners, but also the artists creating the music. Musicians often reported hearing sounds differently, perceiving colors while listening to music, feeling emotionally overwhelmed by melodies, experiencing unusual creative breakthroughs. The drugs encouraged experimentation.
Now, there is no evidence. No one is saying that Minnie Riperton did any drugs. I don't think she did. I definitely don't think she, dropped acid or whatever. I don't think so.
Traditional song structures were abandoned. Artists became interested. The drugs encouraged experimentation. Traditional song structures were abandoned. Artists became interested in Eastern spirituality, mysticism, symbolism, dreams, the occult, esoteric philosophy. As a result, psychedelic
Yes, and I gotta say, now my mother, like she ain't mess with, she felt that she ain't mess with voodoo or anything that she thought was. However, my mother was very much into astrology, like many of her generation. You could even look, and you got remember, you also had out of Chicago the group Earth, Wind, and Fire. You know that they were in a lot of. Now there are some people who saw some of this messing with the cultism, mysticism. Some saw it as no, we're just be getting in touch with our African spirituality, right? That's how comedic teachings and all that. Um, then you had those who they wanted to explore beyond what they had been taught by their parents because they were beginning to believe now that's why it was called the counterculture. They were beginning to believe that what they had been taught from their parents or what their parents were taught is what held us back, what kept us enslaved or oppressed, or it was a newfound freedom. It was a new era of enlightenment, if you understand what I'm saying. You think enlightenment, you think illuminated, Illuminati. This, and remember the Bible talks against Satan, being this false representation of the light. Do you understand what I'm saying? Um, yeah, but there have been these different points and periods of enlightenment. Like we can go back to the so-called Enlightenment era, in around the late 18th century. You know, yeah, after you had the scientific era, the so-called scientific era with people like Sir Isaac Newton. Um, but yeah, okay, getting back on. Uh,
Psychedelic
oh
music
yeah,
became
like I said, my mom. Now, one thing that she did get into, and it ended up having me very much into, was astrology. And I learned and picked up a lot from my mother. My mother was very much into zodiacs. Um, yeah, she did. Like there was even eventually, I found myself when I was a kid, preteen. They ended up having like in the 80s, you could call and get your horoscope and things like that. And I used to call stuff like that. My mother definitely looked to the newspapers. There used to be like a blue dot that you could look to for. Yeah, so my mom did kind of, you know, even though that's what's so funny because she was so against, like, okay, for instance, on the movie Child's Play, when they started saying, yeah, she definitely saw voodoo and all that is wrong, but we had to turn down the TV when they would be saying like a chant or something like that. My mother did understand the dangers of that, but at the same time, my mother was at one point, like I told y'all about her going to a palm reader and me being with her, you know. No, I don't know. No, I don't recall my mother being into numerology. But she definitely believed in the Bible. She believed in, she just didn't go to church no more like as a, and yeah, yeah. So I could see how my mother was definitely influenced by the culture of that time. This is what we have to understand with a lot of the baby boomers and many from the silent generation. But since we always want to target the baby boomers, we got to understand that they were children. What was perhaps influencing them? Yes, my mom did go to, and I was with a fortune teller with her when she went to the palm reader. And remember, I told you I have my, and that's what I'm gonna go into in a minute. I'm gonna go into it. Y'all may not hear me on this. Remember what I told you? As you know, I was diagnosed with epilepsy. Remember I told you what I kind of came to a revelation. I do think y'all may not hear me. It may sound crazy, but it was after she went to. I was 8 years old. It's after I was with her. We were near downtown Chicago, not quite downtown, but like on Halsted, but almost like downtown. And this white woman with dark hair. She might have been Italian, might have been, kind of ethnic, but she was a Caucasian woman. She might have been like Italian or something, I don't know. But she came up to my mama and she was like, I just, just give me a couple of minutes. I'll do this and that. I'll tell you this and that. And I tried to, because at that time I was actually staying with my auntie and uncle who were Jehovah's Witnesses. This is the early 80s. I was 8 years old. And I was staying with my auntie, but my mom had picked me up to take me to be with her for the weekend, right? We would usually go to Chinatown in Chicago and have, lunch. She took me to spend time with her, like for the weekend. And I was with my mother, on our date. We were near downtown, not quite downtown, but near downtown, and Chicago. And a woman came up to us, and I remember I was trying to talk my mother out of it because of what I learned at the Kingdom Hall, what I had learned studying with my auntie and uncle from the Kingdom Hall about this being wrong. And I tried to talk to my mother, like, no, you shouldn't do this. I'm gonna tell you, it was, I definitely believe after that, of course, my time with my mother was over. Took me back to my auntie and uncle who I was living with, and that's when I first started having auras. And that very not long after that, I had my first seizure, and this was a grand mal seizure. It was a serious seizure where I was hospitalized for a week at 8 years old. Do you hear me? But I'm gonna go back into that. I'm gonna go back into that. I'm telling you this for a reason. I'm telling you this for a reason, because this is why I got this, almost like I know I have to divorce a lot of the music that I'm very much into, and it's very hard for me. But I am really coming. I do believe that the Most High, I'm here for a reason. I feel that this is part testimony. Because me seeing this of it, I was like, oh goodness. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna get back to it. I'm gonna get back to it. But yeah, because it's interesting. Because when I went back to the Kingdom Hall, when I went back with my auntie and uncle, all I know, we were at the Kingdom Hall. All the older people, a lot of the older women and stuff, were coming up to me, like giving me a hug and giving me all this extra love. And I'm like, what did I do? I was 8 years old. Like, what? Obviously, my mom told my auntie how I was trying to talk her out of. And so my auntie and the people at the Kingdom Hall, they were the sisters and stuff, they were very proud of me, right? They were like, oh, good. Like, I guess they felt I did ministry. Because I'm like, what I do? How am I getting this special attention all of a sudden? But they were, because I guess my auntie was very, very pleased, as well as the sisters and stuff, that she told, that I did ministry to my mother. But I'm gonna go back into that. But yeah, my mother, she didn't see it as wrong. My mother didn't feel she was doing anything wrong. She still very much believed in the Bible, and she didn't want us playing with God. She didn't like us playing with God. But my mother was, I will say, ignorant on certain things. She was very so-called enlightened on other things. But when it came to the Bible, the scriptures, and exactly, she just wasn't as knowledgeable, even though she came from a family that went to church and stuff, But my mother was definitely influenced by the counterculture. Like I said, she tried to be different than from her mother, who was a very strict church-going Southern woman. My mother didn't want to be as strict, even though she was influenced by Black nationalists. She was also influenced by the counterculture. People like Dr. Spock. She didn't want to discipline her kids. We had you remember what I said? My mom was kind of a cool mom. We didn't have a bedtime. We didn't have to ask, if we wanted cereal, eat a bowl of cereal at night, we could do that. And that was the problem. I think our household was a little too free, had a little too much freedom, if you understand what I'm saying. And I think my mother was influenced by a lot of these people in the, even like when you look at Jada Pinkett today and how she chooses to, Now my mama wasn't like that. No, not the Dr. Spock of Star Trek. No. hold on, Doctor. But now all that we have. So okay. It's this guy here. My mother had his publications and stuff, but now that we have social media and internet, there are things being exposed on these people now. But see, my mom and them, it's easy for us to criticize them. Our parents didn't know that. Dr. Benjamin Spock, widely known as Dr. Spock, was an American pediatrician, Olympic athlete, and left-wing political activist. His book, Baby and Child Care, 1946, see, it ain't no coincidence that a lot of these publications and stuff came out around the time of the end of World War II. No coinky dink. Even like when you think of the Kinsey Report and, You got these weirdos and these experts, and see, these are people generations older. This is a guy from what was considered, I believe, the lost generation. Looked like he lived a long time in the 1998. His book, Baby and Child Care, 1946, is one of the best-selling books of the 20th century, selling 500,000 copies in the 6 months after its initial publication and 50 million by the time of Spock's death in 1998. So, of course, my mama had these publications. The book's premise told mothers, you know more than you think you do. Spock, you know more than you think you do. Spock was widely regarded as a trusted source for parenting advice in this generation. So understand, my mother got he was also one, okay, because you did have parents who were physically disciplining their children, giving them spankings. And so it sounds good. He was not for that. That was one of the things that my mother kind of took. And I'm not saying that there's things that there can't be things. Oh, yeah, you got to understand, my mother's very first child died of SIDS. Okay, of course, this is before she knew of Dr. Spock. And that's probably also what maybe, with my mother lost what would have been our oldest sibling to crib death. Was something that my mother was very, very emotional about. We couldn't even talk about it. So, yeah. So this is probably another thing that attracted my mother to his teachings and stuff. Yeah. So, in 1967, Spock was pressed to run as Martin Luther King Jr.'s vice president running mate at the National Conference. Yeah, so this guy was highly influential. But, okay, and you see here, there's a part that's saying conservative backlash. You understand? There are people like this that influenced a lot of our parents, causing them to kind of counter their parents and what their parents taught them on raising kids. You understand? A lot of these people. Now I know, especially with the help of social media, that a lot of these influencers of that era, they were weirdos and Satanists even. And you end up finding out that they didn't have such a great relationship with their children that you may have thought. Yeah, so you see, it says conservative backlash. Who were these people really? Yeah, maybe I'll look even more so into Dr. Spock. But who were these people really? That had an influence. Now, remember, I did the video on Timothy Leary. But getting back to Minnie Riperton. Remember, I had to, he was the one told him to tune out. What is it? Turn on, tune in, drop out, influence it. You got this college professor influencing the younger people of the generation, people like my mama's age, to get high, expand your mind, open your mind. He's influencing younger people to do mushrooms and all that stuff. But anyways,
became less about storytelling and more about were abandoned. Artists became interested in Eastern spirituality, mysticism, symbolism, dreams, the occult, and unusual, perceiving colors while listening to music, feeling emotionally overwhelmed by melodies, experiencing unusual creative breakthroughs. The drugs encouraged experimentation. Traditional song structures were abandoned. Artists became interested in Eastern spirituality, mysticism, symbolism, dreams, the occult, esoteric philosophy. As a result, psychedelic music became less about storytelling and more about creating an experience. The song itself became a journey. The psychedelic movement extended far beyond music. Fashion became a visual expression of altered consciousness.
When you look at fashion from the late 60s, I mean, we could just say 1963 compared to 1966. Nothing changes like that. In I'm telling you, it total drastic difference. You know that that was not a coincidence or an accident. You know that the media had a lot to do with that. And it wasn't just, oh, just, fashion. No, nothing changes like that so drastically, you know, from the way they were looking all extremely neat and uh to all of a sudden you're going into this granny dresses and and they called them in the bohemian shit or whatever. You go from mod dresses, and even with that, but even with the mod dresses, that was part of the whole counterculture, and you definitely had this British influence, like in the music and fashion and stuff. It's no accident, y'all. This was all planned out. A lot that's in fashion today, you best believe. I know from taking up certain courses, we learn about the spiral up effect. Me taking up courses in fashion design, merchandising management, and just marketing, period. Okay, and I've taken such courses going back to the 90s. We learn about the trickle down effect, the spiral up effect. Do you know that they pay certain people? They have done things like they pay certain people to walk around the streets, like even in urban areas with certain fashions, hoping that it'll catch on, and just as they do with celebrities. But there are certain people be walking down, you didn't know that they got paid to wear this. Like, what is they wearing? These are things that I'm taught even. Well, I don't want to go too much into that, but yeah, it was yeah. It's a lot into that because I don't want to, it's very personal. It's very hurtful for my mom. Yeah, she went through a lot, a whole lot. Um, and what's interesting, that baby's name was May, with Minnie Riperton's daughter being Maya. But
Common features included flowers in the hair, flowing robes, fringe garments, bright colors, ethnic-inspired clothing, natural makeup, beads, and crystals. These choices reflected a rejection of traditional Western norms. Many participants sought what they viewed as a more natural, spiritual, liberated existence.
and I'm not saying that that look is there's nothing wrong with wanting to wear clothing, and but I mean, what was it that was really influencing this? The things that the Most High created in nature, like flowers, and they're beautiful. They are meant, and the jewels, the minerals, everything. It's all beautiful. Yah's creation. But you got to remember, we have to be careful to not. The Bible warns us. It tells us that we are not supposed to worship creation. That includes our skin, our melanin, our hair, all of that. We are not supposed to worship creation over the Creator, because there's a point where it can become worship. Even when it comes to the beautiful creations of this earth, the flowers and this and that. The sun, we're not supposed to be worshiping the sun, the moon, the stars, the flowers, the animals. We're not supposed to be worshiping our skin, our complexion, our hair texture. We're not supposed to. We got to be careful of the way we look. There are people just worship themselves. We got to be careful of any form of idolatry.
The famous flower child aesthetic emerged from this movement. Flowers symbolized peace, nature, innocence, and expanded consciousness.
In the mid-60s, a counterculture swapped.
Okay. Yeah, so going to talking about that. So let's go more. Let me jump ahead on Minnie Riperton. So now these are things, some of the things. Now, yeah, I definitely saw the influence. It's not like I'm blind to, the counterculture, the influence of fashion, but I didn't know how deep it went with Minnie Riperton. So let me jump ahead. And, I trust the information that Corinne is presenting. It shouldn't be of no surprise, but.
The years between 65 and 70 were among the most open, the most tolerant in British music. It was an enlightenment. I mean, this was the time, a new enlightenment.
Minnie Riperton and psychedelic culture. Although many remember Minnie Riperton primarily for her hit song Lovin' You, her connection to psychedelic culture runs much deeper. Before becoming a solo star, Riperton was a member of the Chicago-based group Rotary Connection. Rotary Connection became one of the most distinctive psychedelic soul groups of the late 1960s. Unlike traditional soul music, the band's sound blended psychedelic rock, folk influences, experimental orchestration, spiritual themes, dreamlike arrangements. Their audiences often overlapped with hippie and countercultural communities. Riperton herself embodied many visual elements associated with psychedelic.
Now, let me just say, with Rotary, of course, I learned about these things, especially watching like the biographies on Minnie Riperton on song. Now, I listened to Minnie Riperton. I can't say that I listened to anything that she was doing with Rotary Connections. I don't think they had any hits or anything like that that made it to radio. I knew about it, of course, in me learning about Minnie Riperton, but I can't say that I listened to any of that music that she may have been done prior to being, a more so solo artist.
The late 1960s, Rotary Connection. Before becoming a solo star, Riperton was a member of the Chicago-based group Rotary Connection. Rotary Connection became one of the most distinct.
It's in the description. You can see our channel in the description.
Riperton was a member of the Chicago-based group Rotary Connection. Rotary Connection became one of the most distinctive psychedelic soul groups of the late 1960s. Unlike traditional soul music, the band's sound blended psychedelic rock, folk influences, experimental orchestration, spiritual themes, dreamlike arrangements. Their audiences often overlapped with hippie and countercultural communities. Riperton herself embodied many visual elements associated with psychedelic culture. Natural hairstyles, flowers, flowing garments, earth-toned robes, bohemian aesthetics. She projected an image that fit comfortably within the era's spiritual and countercultural movements. Many of Rotary Connection's performances took place before audiences immersed in the broader psychedelic scene. The group's music often carried an ethereal, otherworldly quality that resonated strongly with listeners exploring altered states of consciousness.
I found a white rock band in Chicago called the Proper Strangers. Combine them with Minnie Riperton and another great black R&B singer, Sidney Barnes, and we had the foundation. It was going to be one of the first interracial, soft psychedelic music groups in the world.
So now you had Sly and the Family Stone, that was like the first interracial. They were not only interracial. Well, you had, what was that group that made Green Onions? That was like the first interracial band. But Sly and the Family Stone was the first black, white, male, female, like American band to really blow up. And they were precursor, with the whole, the counterculture, and they were more on the tip of love, peace, dance to the music with family, everyday people. And now you're tapping even, I guess, Rotary, tapping even more so. I don't know. I haven't listened to the music, but more into the psychedelia. And then you also consider Minnie Riperton and also her marrying this Caucasian Jewish man, almost like a total representation of what they were trying to, and perhaps they felt that, that they perhaps felt that this was symbolic of things changing, a newfound freedom, and people, dropping old ideas of race, religion, culture, also getting more into quote unquote Eastern mysticism and all of that. Oh, wow. That doesn't mean that she had a lot of your. This is the thing too. Okay, you're saying Minnie Riperton. I'm sure she had no more European ancestry than a whole lot. And you gotta understand, they're just looking at geography and migration and what is today. When we see European, we actually automatically think Caucasian. But I want you to check out Benaya Yisrael's, because they just did a video. Ironically, they just did a live stream on Germany. And, we automatically, when we see Europe and we automatically think Caucasian, white. Yeah, it could have been. I mean, you could be right, but I wouldn't, just because it says European, yeah, and you could see that Minnie Riperton, yeah, she was of a lighter complexion, but I saw it myself. But I'm an over 90% Africa matched with sub-Saharan Africa. Even in the case of Tina Turner, like people automatically they'll see, like if it says Portugal, for instance, and how far back, you never know how far back that DNA goes. But yeah, that is something to consider. But I still see her as a Minnie Riperton. I definitely see her as a predominantly. Next thing you know, they'll be trying to say she's mulatto. I definitely see her as a predominantly Africoid, or what is. I know y'all don't like hearing Africa, but when I'm saying, I know what I mean by Africoid, but quote unquote, what is anthropologically categorized as Negroid. And then definitely when we're talking ethnicity, because we got to understand the United States, Black, not only does it represent quote unquote race, but it also represents ethnicity. But yeah, that doesn't surprise. Yeah, that is something. 31%. So yeah, I would definitely see. Yeah, I would say she was probably maybe even 70% Minnie Riperton, but I wouldn't automatically say that means white. Just because you see European ancestry. And that's something I want to go more into, especially after. Yeah, I had been wanting to go into that, especially now though, after seeing. Please check out. I'm gonna put it onto my Lishifi receipts in the community tab on Benaiah Israel. Let me see what y'all saying. Let me see. But thanks for sharing that though. That's interesting to know. But yeah, she still, especially at that time, she still would have been seen as a Black woman getting in an interracial relationship. Let me see. Didn't know Maya was married. Thanks for posting. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Showing TH2, y'all just say. Sasha Gordon, how you doing? Yeah, maybe it was around, yeah, probably like Quincy Jones. But see, that's another thing too. It's very interesting with Quincy Jones. And y'all gotta understand, when they racial categorization, they were mainly looking at the phenotype. They wasn't giving a doggone about necessarily DNA. For one, the concept of DNA did not have when they concocted, racial categorization. They were looking at what we see and in relation to geography. And that's it. And they would just categorize somebody as mulatto just based on how they look. You know what I'm saying? Like if they was of a certain complexion, come to find out. Yeah, I don't think that warriors are the best. I don't think that yeah. Oh, wait. What you pointing out here? Something that you wait. Let me look on the stream. Something that you point out I didn't see. I'm wondering what it is that Warriors is responding to. So let me go back. Lourdes Flo, how you doing? I didn't know that Maya Rudolph was married to the writer of the movie One Battle After Another that betrayed. What? A Black woman as a Jezebel. Now I see why you aren't an advocate. Oh, I know that got to be a joke. Hold on. But is that true though, Maya Rudolph? I mean, is that true? I, yeah, I'm wondering, is that true? I gotta wonder if that's true though. Oh, you saying? Yeah, that's a pretty high percentage. No, she don't look. She look like most Black American women. I'm from Chicago too. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the way that things are when I'm thinking of all the people in my family, all the people I know. just like Quincy Jones. Look like a lot of brothers and sisters. He looked like Quincy Jones, looked like your typical, just like Wanda Sykes. Who's another one that's got a lower than expected so-called, percentage, sub-Saharan Africoid, supposedly, percentage. The White House, Condoleezza Rice. Where you got Vanessa Williams at a higher percentage of Africoid DNA than her. So although we do need to consider DNA, most definitely. I would not automatically say that's non-Black ancestry, though. Just because it says. But, of course, we got to give that some consideration. Like, for instance, there are certain, who is it? Jessica Alba, very little. They're not going to, like, let's say if you have roots in Spain, they are not looking at the Moors in Spain. They're just looking at the geography. They are not going to, like somebody like Jessica Alba, whose show is only 4% Africoid, they are not looking at the possible Moorish ancestry of Spain and Portugal. They're not looking at that at all. So you're going to automatically, you see Spain, you see Europe, you think white. And that's why I definitely got to go in my folders and get to talking about this more. But yeah, let me go and get back to. Okay. Oh yeah. Now it's interesting. They're mentioning this person. Sort of definitely potential. Okay, what they said. They're mentioning there's this person being mentioned. Named Charles Stepney. Charles Stepney, who this brother right here, who's being mentioned. Charles Stepney. Okay. A lesson in listening, Charles Stepney's Living Legacy, MCA Chicago. Charles Stepney. They mention him.
An ethereal, otherworldly quality that resonates in the broader psychical and countercultural movements. Many of her books, she projected an image that fit comfortably within the era's spiritual and countercultural movements. Many of Rotary Connections' performances took place before audiences immersed in the broader psychedelic scene. The group's music often carried an ethereal, otherworldly quality that resonated strongly with listeners exploring altered states of consciousness.
I found a white rock band in Chicago called the Proper Strangers. Combine them with Minnie Riperton and another great black R&B singer, Sydney Barnes, and we had the foundation who was going to be one of the first interracial soft psychedelic music groups in the world.
We kind of figured, oh, she's a wonderful singer, but she's a backup singer. It was Charles Stepney who saw and heard something much, much deeper, much more sensitive.
Yeah, now it's sad. They mentioned Charles Stepney. For those who don't know, the brother who's mentioned here, Charles Stepney, you see him right here. Let me just give you a little information. Now, he was born in 1931, so he's of the silent generation, early silent generation, but he passed away, unfortunately, in 1976. And that was also the same year that, he died rather young. Also the same year that I believe Minnie Riperton was first diagnosed with cancer. Now, Charles Stepney, it says here in Wikipedia, he was an American record producer, arranger, songwriter, and musician. Stepney is noted for his work with artists such as the Dales out of Chicago, Ramsey Lewis, Rotary Connection, which was, as you know, this was the group that Minnie Riperton was initially in. Well, she was initially singing with, high school singers, black girls in high school, for those who don't know. I think that's what my mom was talking about. But yeah, this is the group that Minnie was with. Rotary Connection, as you can see. And look at how they're dressing and look how they look. You could definitely see, like, also that British influence. And yeah. But getting back on Charles Stepney, it's kind of sad. Yeah. Maybe I'll look a little more into this rotary connection. See, I was just into her, the solo artist. Yeah, but again, it said that Charles Stepney, is noted for his work with artists such as the Dells, Ramsey Lewis, okay, who's a jazz pianist, Rotary Connection, and Earth, Wind, and Fire. You know, Earth, Wind, and Fire. They was into a lot of. You definitely could tell with the album covers, but they was more. Earth, Wind, and Fire was a little more on a comedic, African leaning. You know what I'm saying? Yet they were also very. They also had a very broad mainstream. Although the imagery and all of that, yeah, with Earth, Wind, and Fire was very comedic, very African, very, yeah, and also very, much occult. Yeah, so he was a jazz musician. Now, it's interesting what they said about his death. On the morning of May 17th, 1976, Earth, Wind, and Fire's Maurice White spoke with Stepney about a new song the band had written in tribute to Stepney titled Spirit. Stepney died of a heart attack later that day. That's something. That is something. For those who don't know, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Yeah, this was Spirit, the 7th studio album by American band Earth, Wind, and Fire, released on September 28, 1976. Yeah, the album rose to number 2 on both the Billboard Top 100. So on the mainstream top, yeah, of all the funk groups, Earth, Wind, and Fire was like the most successful mainstream-wise. Also out of Chicago. Spirit has been certified double platinum in the U.S. The band's longtime collaborator, Charles Stepney, died in the midst of its recording sessions. Maurice White went on to mostly arrange and produce the album. The LP entitled Spirit, in dedication to Stepney. So look at the imagery here. Look at all the gestures. See, we went from a spiritual, even now we were beginning to go more into the whole space, like for instance, Parliament Funkadelic considered space funk. And then you had Rick James to take it to another level of what they call punk funk. And do you understand? These baby boomers now, for the most part. Late silent generation of baby boomers, for the most part. But it's just crazy when you learn about what, like it says, on the morning of May 17, 1976, Earth, Wind, and Fire's Maurice White spoke with Stepney about a new song the band had written in tribute to Stepney titled Spirit. Stepney died of a heart attack later that day. I'm just saying, y'all. So singles from Spirit, Get Away, and had songs like, of course, Imagination, Spirit, Departure, Burning Bush. Okay. And just to let's look at some of them album covers. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Now, all our families had these album covers. Definitely if you're black and of that era. Yeah, they had. So it's very obvious that Earth, Wind, and Fire, well, this is the greatest hits. But they were definitely into a lot of the esoteric. Very obvious. Even when you consider songs like one of my favorites, Keep Your Head to the Sky. I didn't think nothing of it. I love the music. I didn't think nothing of it. Had songs, September but anyways, getting back on, just give me an idea, give me a Okay, getting back on Minnie Riperton.
When we first started doing it, it was the most incredible thing because psychedelic music had started. So we were playing places where people are on acid.
Rotary Connection released 4 albums.
Maybe I need to slow it down because I think she already got it kind of sped up. Maybe I need to slow this down a little bit.
Between 1960,
Psychedelic music had started. So we were playing places where people are on acid. When Minnie first started doing it, it was the most incredible thing because psychedelic music had started. So we were playing places where people are on acid.
Rotary Connection released 4 albums between 1967 and 1969 and developed a cult following.
Come to My Garden was ahead of its time. The work that Minnie Riperton did with Charles Stepney on that album, the arrangements, the lyrics, it is one of the sweetest pieces of music I've ever heard in my life.
And everywhere we went, we played this little song, Loving You. Every time we played it, you could feel something very tangible was happening, some weird chemistry. We watched all these people, all these couples physically come together. Stevie put these 2 beautiful Heaven Sent Roads parts on there, and Minnie sang it. I don't know what happened, but before you know it, it was everywhere.
Well, that's her husband. What's his first name? Mr. Rudolph, I'll just say, her husband. Her, who's a widower.
We watched all these people, all these couples physically come together. Stevie put these 2 beautiful Heaven Sent Roads parts on there, and Minnie sang it. I don't know what happened, but before you know it, it was everywhere. Just infected everybody. They just couldn't resist it. You could not escape that hug. Loving You was a #1 song all over the world.
It was unbelievable. It's like grabbing a comet. You just go, phew.
Song all over the world.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. I want to kind of pause and see what else was on the charts.
Infected everybody. They just couldn't
Now, I was a little toddler.
resist it. You could not escape that hug. Loving You was a #1
I try to freeze it. I just want to see what the competition is.
song
Okay, I can't.
all over the world.
It was unbelievable. It's like grabbing a comet. You just go, phew. How would you describe your kind of music?
My kind of music, I would say, is vivacious music, full of life and energy and love.
Okay. Yeah, so when she played that, as I'm listening to this, and I did like the song Inside My Love, I sang that many times, and I didn't think nothing of it like that. And my daughter, she's like, are you surprised? Like, duh, you didn't pick up on. I'm like, nah, I'm just thinking, something more sensual. I understand my daughter's in her early 30s now, so we can talk on these things now. I ain't think of it nothing like that, yeah, because I'm seeing people also leaving comments and, was that song like perhaps calling on a kind of succubus, if you know what I'm talking about, spirit or something? Now, yeah, I saw it as a little sexual or sensual, but I didn't see it as, I didn't see it as anything necessarily like demonic, I just thought a little naughty, but not necessarily like freaky, like it's so obvious and blunt with a lot of the songs now. But Inside My Love, I saw it as, something sensual to the person you love, but even if it was a little sexual, a little naughty, but I didn't see it as necessarily something like I'm surprised Unplug Him hasn't really talked on it. He probably has. Yeah, but you wouldn't think that you would be having these kind of exposes on a singer like Minnie Riperton, who we see as very, very innocent. And now I know she did also have like a version of Light My Fire. You think The Doors, Baby Light My Fire. What was that one singer? I think he was like Hispanic. I know she did a duet of Light My Fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. But that wasn't. Oh, yeah, she did have this other song. And me and my friend used to listen to it. Because remember, I said I had her collection of stuff. It was a song. I'm like fire. I'm like ice. I can cut you like a knife. But I'd rather be nice. I'm a woman. Something like that. So don't push. And I ain't think nothing of it, So don't push and don't shove. What you want, there's plenty of. It was something like that. I was born to make love. I'm a woman. I ain't think nothing of it like that. You know what I'm saying? It just, the poetry, expression, using your imagination and all of that. I ain't think nothing of it, but now, you learn these things. Maybe you see things a little differently. Yeah. And you definitely saw Minnie Riperton most definitely as representing femininity, the softness of femininity, and that was the thing. You got to understand, I was what was referred to as a tomboy growing up my brothers and into wrestling and playing karate and watch action flicks and yeah, but and also doing sports, being into sports and stuff and hanging with b-boys. But when I discovered Minnie Riperton's music, it got me wanting to sing like her, sound like her, even if not necessarily look like her. But I really, it was like she was able, even more so than my mother could, helping me to tap more into film. Well, she went to Hyde Park. She went to Hyde Park. You know, I have a lot of women went to Hyde Park. So actually, she was more from the South Side. She also became a sorority sister. You know, kind of that. Yeah, and when you think about it, it's interesting. Yeah, she was from that part of the South Side. Yeah, so yeah, she probably did have, because I had learned once upon a time in certain areas, because I used to wonder, you would see quite a few of the, lighter skinned black folks and stuff, like in certain areas, but you would see no white folks. No, I'm talking like my sister's boyfriend in the 70s, my sister's boyfriend, I remember he had red hair and light skin, and his mama had red hair and light skin, but it wasn't no white folks in their family. But and his mama was a teacher at the Sherman School on the South Side when we were on the South Side. Yeah, going back to the 70s. And actually, although technically I was born in the near north, my family moved around a lot. My mama's base was the West Side, however, but yeah. And I was born in technically near north, Cabrini Green, but my earlier memories, my mama eventually leaving Cabrini Green, being on the south side of Chicago. But the base of my family, my grandmama and them, they migrated to the west side. Even though I never really felt connected like that with the west side of Chicago. But anyways, yeah. Because come to find out, going back to like the early part of the 20th century, I didn't know that there was an element of colorism, even in Chicago, even in my city, where we ain't about that at all. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we ain't been about that for decades. But I had found out in doing some research, they said specifically areas like, and that's where the Obamas live, like in Hyde Park. But this is going back to like the 1920s. They tried to keep certain areas light skin only. Like what? No, Hyde Park, that's south side of Chicago. That used to be areas like Hyde Park and stuff that used to be in the South Shore, and where black folks with a little bit of more money. That was like, but come to find out, once upon a time they were, but that was a long time ago. That's what they said, like Chatham and Hyde Park. There were certain people trying to keep it like predominantly light skin, if you understand what I'm saying. I couldn't believe that when I learned that with Chicago, because I'm like, no, we ain't like y'all in the South and places like New Orleans and stuff, where y'all straight up color struck, obviously. I was like, that ain't us in Chicago. But when I found out there was a little colorist history even in Chicago, you remember that episode of Good Times where JJ wanted to date that girl that was from South Shore area? See, that's what I'm saying. People always think when they hear South Side of Chicago, they always think, no, actually, you had to, I guess you can say more ghetto on the West Side. The South Side, you had a lot of these black communities, and the West Side too, though, eventually, but definitely in parts of the South Side, and Chicago's a very big city. There are many communities, just like there are many boroughs in New York. There's Brooklyn, there's Queens. That's the same in Chicago. We just don't say boroughs, we say communities. So she went to Hyde Park. That's also, let me see, I think Red Fox. Yeah, wasn't he in that area in Hyde Park? Red Fox. My husband, I think he kind of represent Mo Kenwood. Come from one of them. But but you remember JJ, he wanted to date that girl, but her parents were these like bougie black folks, didn't want their daughter. They were from like the South Shore area or something like that. Like, yeah, see, like when you think of Donda West, Kanye West, Mama, and Common, and they from them areas. You know, not all the South Side is Inglewood, and that's not all the South Side. Like you think 63rd and Big City. That there's the South Side is very large, many communities. Understand. Louis Farrakhan living on the South, he lives in a mansion on the South Side of Chicago, what used to be Elijah Muhammad's mansion, that Malcolm X would go to. That's the South Side of Chicago. The Obamas, Michelle and Barack, were living on the South Side of Chicago. So if the South Side of Chicago were all so bad, and I'm talking predominantly Black areas, there are some areas on the South that a lot of these white folks in Chicago wish they lived in. Do you hear me? And that's why they trying to gentrify and trying, you know what I'm saying? They want some of these homes. Do you understand? So don't let the media fool you. There's a reason. You gotta understand. There's a reason. You had Ebony Jet magazine coming out of the South Side of Chicago, out of the people from Chicago. You had some of the richest Black people, come to find out there were also some Masonic connections and stuff too, coming out of Chicago. Soul Train, Don Cornelius started in Chicago. Now they want you to just think, oh, like I couldn't believe they had when they show old footage of Chicago, or like they show the old footage that they be uploading, it's remastered. They upload to YouTube old footage. Now they're able to put it in color and add little fake sounds to it and stuff. So they had like a thing of Chicago. It was like downtown Chicago. And it was like the 1940s or something. And the people look nice, as you would expect them to look downtown. And then somebody was leaving posts, oh, this is before the Black people. I'm like, hold up. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. You already had Black people in Chicago. Actually, many of them doing better, Black people, and those mixed with Black. Because even when we think of Chicago's DuSable. Now, some publications say he was biracial, but the earlier ones didn't say. But we could debate on that. Regardless, even before there was a white settler in the city of Chicago. You had a lot of Black. What do you think led to the riots of the Chicago riot of 1919? Basically, you had these people of Irish descent and stuff. They were jealous. They were jealous of the Black folks and how they had post-Reconstruction and stuff, able to establish their communities and everything. And then after World War I and World War II, able to come get jobs, this and that. Some served in the military and all that. And it was a jealousy. They talked about it in Sam Cooke's bio documentary on Sam Cooke. They talk about him growing up, coming from the South, growing up in Chicago, raised around Black folks that had their own businesses, this, and that. So don't let them fool you with it. And I'm like, y'all, are you kidding me? Just because you're seeing this image of downtown in the 40s, do you know what was going on even prior to that with Al Capone and all the thuggery, Irish gangs, Italian gangs? Like, are you kidding me? So they also got this footage of the 1930s going through Chicago, right? Then this was uploaded. I showed y'all this not that long ago. And I said, look and see, notice how you seeing trash everywhere. And it's a lot of white folks. Yeah, during the time of Depression. Notice in the soup line and stuff, you seeing a lot of white folks, broke, poor white people. I'm telling you, we're being lied to. So can you imagine how much more we're being lied to? This idea that Black folks never established communities, never built it, that's a lie. I was shocked to find out even Milwaukee once upon a time, because I thought Milwaukee, all that they do is wait for a handout, and like the Black folks are totally conditioned and brainwashed in Wisconsin. Come to find out, even in the city of Milwaukee, they had established these strong Black communities and stuff. Found it hard to believe, but they brought the receipts. Because I thought they were straight up tamed in Milwaukee. So just because you're seeing all this hype on Chirac, even to this day, and let's not even talk about, just south of Chicago, just on the outskirts of Chicago, south like Matson, Illinois, which I've talked about. My uncle pretty much has a mansion. My uncle, black uncle, has pretty much a mansion in Matson, Illinois. This is predominantly black community, over 80% black. Black folks making definitely. Let me see, what's the median income now? So don't be fooled. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you definitely got the ghettos. Chicago also had the largest housing project once upon a time for Brittany Green in the nation. Yeah, you got all that too. But you gotta understand, drill music ain't all that came out. It's just, sometimes I think these genres of music and stuff is concocted. Because drill, when I thought of Chicago rappers, and this is another thing too, like, I'm not saying Southside is better than Westside necessarily, but you had Crucial Conflict, the Brat and stuff, that was more Westside represented. Common, Kanye West, a little more Southside. I remember telling people that, and you see the difference. I'm not trying to put that. My family was actually those who migrated to the West Side. I just never really, because my mama never stayed on the West Side, so I never really connected with the West Side, even though that is my grandmother's base. That's my family's base. We were represented that migration after World War II. But my mom never, even though she was technically born in Mississippi, but, childhood West Side, she never really stayed on the West Side. That's where my mama's family stayed. So I that was the base, but I never really connected like that with the West Side, although I have great memories. I've been through all Chicago. We moved so much. But anyways, I know I'm getting totally off. So forgive me for that. Oh, okay. And also, so you heard that. And now let's go more into, now this I did not quite know with Minnie Riperton. Let me try to get past. So I do kind of in a way want to avoid the music because I don't now. I want to open up what could be a realm or something. Okay.
One reason psychedelic music remains influential is that it addresses a universal human desire, the desire to transcend ordinary reality. Throughout history, people have sought transcendence through prayer, meditation, fasting, mysticism, ritual music. Psychedelic culture offered a chemical shortcut to experiences that many religious traditions pursued through spiritual discipline. Supporters argue these substances reveal deeper truths. Critics argue they create powerful illusions that merely feel profound. The debate continues today. Many psychedelic users describe experiences of cosmic unity, hidden knowledge, or becoming divine ideas that can resemble ancient mystical traditions and forms of spiritual enlightenment. The power of psychedelic music lies partly in its ability to evoke awe, wonder, transcendence, and mystery. Whether those experiences are understood as neurological, psychological, spiritual, or supernatural depends largely on one's worldview. What is certain is that psychedelic music profoundly shaped modern culture, affecting not only music itself, but also fashion, spirituality, concepts of consciousness, and the way millions of people came to think about God, self, and reality. When it came to her religious beliefs, Minnie Riperton was raised in a Christian Presbyterian household, but she and her husband raised their family in an unreligious environment. Her daughter, comedian and actress Maya Rudolph, has shared that her parents were hippies and famously unreligious, with her mother being raised Presbyterian and her father being Jewish. Minnie Riperton and her husband, Richard Rudolph, raised their children, including her daughter, actress Maya Rudolph, with a strict rule: the children were not allowed to say the word God. Her daughter Maya later noted that Riperton even avoided saying God around her children, opting to say "Goo bless you" instead. Her parents wanted to raise their children free from biblical religions, but they were open to exploring the universe. Her bright, optimistic music occasionally touched on existential and spiritual concepts, such as connecting with higher powers through singing. She was known to believe in the deity Gaia. In her 1974 masterpiece, Perfect Angel, Gaia, the Earth, is personified as Earth Orbit 2. Her breakthrough solo album, Come to My Garden, and her famous Baby's Breath floral crown aesthetic mirror the symbolic nature goddess archetype.
So, so me hearing that, I'm like, oh gosh, yeah. So you got to question what influenced, what influenced this look, this more bohemian like look, And again, I'm not saying that there's anything necessarily wrong with embracing nature, and and I think it's beautiful, the little flower in the hair and all that stuff. And but even when you look at the hair, this is kind of, her look is like right here representing kind of Mother Nature, if you will. Yeah, and that's just part of that album, from the album that, where she was nearly attacked by the lion. He tried to maul her. And you see in the garden here. Now, people were trying to find something sexual. I noticed in the comments section with her famous, with the ice cream, the perfect angel. And that's another thing, too. A lot of this talk about angels, earth angels, fall, yeah, yeah. And the Bible speaks of fallen angels, but, and so, yeah, we've had songs like Earth Angel, and it sounds beautiful and it sounds lovely. Even me listening to Howard Hewitt, y'all got me up on heaven sent from above, heaven sent me a love. But if we know in the Bible, in the scriptures, was not a good thing. I know it sounds beautiful. Oh, that's my angel. And, you got to need a Baker song. Yeah, a lot of, and sometimes I do think people it's just a, just a form of expression of, like this person is so beautiful, almost like they're heaven sent. But we do got to be careful with that. Yeah, because when we know about what the scripture said about the angels coming to earth, mating with the humans, the women of the earth, and what came from that, what came from that. But yeah, so now going into, hold on, 23. Let me see. So you heard that. Give me a second. I already went through this. You heard that. So let's get a, what the heck is Gaia? What the heck is, what is Gaia? Let me give you a wiki quickie. Hold on. Thought I had this. Give me a second. Doggone it. Got so much stuff up. What exactly? Give me a second. I got a lot of things. Okay, so Gaia, giving you a quick AI overview. The term Gaia has several meanings. It is most commonly. Oh, wait. Did I? Oh, gosh. I thought I removed. Okay, the term Gaia has now, in ancient Greek mythology, Gaia or Gaia is a primordial personification and mother goddess of the earth, representing the literal planet and fertility. Now I'm gonna tell you, all of these, especially when we're talking mother, female deity inspired religions and beliefs, and yeah, they really go back to Ashtaroth. Ashtar. That's where we get Easter from. Okay? Who is said to be the wife of Nimrod, spoken of in the scriptures. Okay, that's what this really go back to. Okay, a lot of this. And also there's the influence of the fallen angels, and their descendants who became the Nephilim, Rephaim, the Anakim, some referred to today as Anunnaki, etc., etc. But anyways, in ancient Greek mythology, Gaia is a primordial personification and mother goddess of the earth, representing the literal planet and fertility. This concept evolved into the Gaia hypothesis proposed in the 1970s, which suggests that living organisms and inorganic surroundings evolve together to form a self-regulating complex system that maintains life on Earth. And then there's also, the Gaia spacecraft, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Let me see, is there more information? And you know who else? And oh yeah, but let you know who else was into this Gaia? You know who else was into another singer? As I'll show her right, yeah, who was into Gaia. Gaia is basically Mother Nature. You've heard the term Mother Nature. Now, I just thought it was just like a metaphor. I didn't really take it as people, I just thought it was just symbolic Mother Nature or just a metaphor. But no, actually Mother Nature represents a deity. And this idea, of it really all goes back to Semiramis, aka Ashtaroth, Astarte, Easter. Yeah, Olivia Newton-John. This is Olivia Newton-John in the 90s. Now it says, and what else it's interesting that Olivia Newton-John and Minnie Riperton, they had a few things in common. They were around the same age. Also born in the late 40s. Olivia Newton-John, I believe, in 1948. They both had these really, really beautiful, soft, honestly, these really beautiful, almost ethereal voices in singing. Of course, many of y'all may know Olivia Newton-John more so. Y'all may know her more so for the movie Grease and, But yeah, her singing career goes back to the 70s, tapping kind of into country, pop, ballady, kind of very soft. And she also represented, at least earlier on in her career, never saw her music as anything psychedelic. But she definitely had that sound and even that look, And it's interesting when you think of the movie Grease, how her character went from Sandy, this good girl, to in the end, she's wearing the leather. And it kind of happened a little like that when you think about it. Like after the movie Grease and just a couple of years later, she comes out with this song, Let's Get Physical, which becomes a big hit. She's got shorter hair now. It's 1981. Her hair is cut shorter. It's the 80s. She went from, more like this. Oh, I'm trying to open up this image. Doggone it. She went from like this and, she had also this very soft, and then, and then, yeah, she's like really this, let me get an even better picture. She also had one of the most beautiful voices. Oh, wait, that's not. Trying to give you an idea. Well, that's the latest stuff there. But down at the bottom. But, just think of what you're seeing on the top and stuff here. Or more to the left. Not to the right, but more to the left. And then it's interesting. She does the movie Grease. And you remember in Grease, she did the little transformation. She became like a biker chick with the leather pants, with the famous leather pants that, was kind of sewed in on her. And she got the big hair permed up. And it's interesting when they talk about that with the movie Grease, when they talk about that, they said how a lot of people didn't know that was her, and how everybody, like the guys in filming, they were swarming around her. They didn't know that was like initially Olivia Newton-John. That was Sandy, in filming. And they said after that, when they gave her the little makeover, how they were all just swarming all around her. And then it's interesting, we fast forward, to the 80s, she comes out with this "Let's Get Physical." And I remember that was a big, and my auntie probably still to this, my Jehovah's Witness auntie, she probably still think that was an exercise song. Yeah, but before you had the music video, the song was on the radio. It was actually, and I think that's why they made the video, this little cheesy like video where they're like exercising. The song was really sexual, okay? Let me hear your body talk. I want to get animal, horizontally, all the little references. Yeah, but to kind of keep, because you gotta understand, we were in the conservative 80s. Reagan was just became president. So they wanted to kind of still keep her a little sweetheart, because she had became like a little dark, although she was not American, but kind of like became a sweetheart, even though, but here she is with this kind of sexually charged song, Physical. So since music videos were new, they decided to give her a little cheesy music video. But yeah, what's interesting is that, as I showed you, and let me go more into it, but first learning just a little more about Gaia, come to find out, yeah, and it was actually Corinne's channel. I thought it was Good Fight Ministries that I saw. But let's learn a little more about the Gaia without being too creeped out.
Greek goddess of the earth, and one of the primordial deities of ancient
Greek mythology.
Gaia is the ancient Greek goddess of the earth, and one of the primordial deities of ancient Greek religion and mythology. Her name means earth or land, and she is often depicted as a motherly figure, representing the fertile, nurturing aspect of the earth.
By the way, this is from Corinne Allard's video on Olivia Newton-John.
In ancient Greek mythology, Gaia was the mother of all living things, including the Titans and the Olympian gods.
So you're saying the mother of all, including the Titans. Now, come on, if you know anything about the Bible, this isn't necessarily mythology. All right? These ones that were referred to as the Titans, like Titus, who actually lived, you did have these giants in the earth. I was initially taught by the Jehovah's Witnesses that they died off with the flood. But then I was shown in the scriptures where it said there were giants in those days and after the flood. I was like, oh, how did that happen? Yeah. So some of these things that we're told are tales, they're not necessarily based on fiction.
She was born from chaos, the void that existed before the creation of the universe. From chaos, Gaia emerged as the first solid form, creating the land and the sky. Gaia is often seen as a symbol of the interconnectedness of all living things and the balance between the natural world and humanity.
All this talk about balance, male, female, the balance, all this so-called balance talk, right? That you've been hearing.
She is the embodiment of the earth and all its natural resources, and she is often associated with the cycles of birth, death, and rebirth. In many ancient cultures, the earth was seen as a goddess, and Gaia is one of the most prominent examples of this belief. She was revered as the source of all life and the giver of fertility, and many rituals and offerings were made in her honor. In modern times, the idea of Gaia has been taken up by environmentalists and those who advocate for sustainability and the protection of the natural world. The Gaia hypothesis, proposed by scientist James Lovelock, posits that the Earth's biosphere functions as a single organism, and that the health of the planet is dependent on the balance and harmony of all its parts. Many people today still find spiritual significance in the Earth and its natural beauty, and Gaia remains an important symbol of this connection.
Yeah, so she believes in the Earth as a...
So, yeah, so she had, and before I go back into it, understand Olivia Newton-John, I guess it says, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I remember when she was first or came out and, also, she also had breast cancer. Yeah, I remember in the early 90s, she said I was diagnosed with breast, and we felt that she beat it, beat cancer. I was diagnosed with breast cancer on July 3rd, 1992. Not only am I a survivor, but I have never felt stronger physically or spiritually. This is my journey. Now, also, Minnie Riperton had a similar story where, she was believed the cancer went into remission. Although, Minnie Riperton did not have as many years in between. Yeah. So one woman's journey, Gaia, Olivia Newton-John. So she dedicates an album to this spiritual deity, Gaia. Okay. Let me get back on.
planet. She was an environmentalist, and
symbol of this connection.
Yeah, so she believes in the Earth as a planet. She was an environmentalist, and she fought a lot for environments because she believed that her cancer, as well as a cancer that took the life of her daughter's childhood friend, was due to the environment, carcinogens in the environment, and just the planet overall. So she went down this deep path of worshiping Gaia to the...
Now, I'm not saying there isn't some truth in what she is saying on, the planet. Like our sister, the Sister Radical, speaks on this. So I'm not saying there's some truth in what she's saying on, the environment, perhaps having something to do with, these, because cancer, of course, is a mutation. And I'm not saying that there isn't some truth with that. However, of course, I don't approve with this worshiping of Mother Creation, what they see as Mother Nature or whatever. Yeah. I don't believe in the Gaia worship, obviously.
in the environment and just the planet overall. So she went down this deep path of worshiping Gaia to the point where she made a whole album for her. In many interviews, she was stating that Gaia would come to her and give her songs to put on the album. Basically, every night she'd go to sleep, she'd dream up the songs, and then she'd wake up and then write them and just added them until it became a whole album dedicated to the goddess.
That's Olivia Newton-John. That's why, yeah, because I was like, isn't this ironic?
I woke up in the middle of the night with a song in my head, which was the song Gaia about the planet and how she's crying out to us and saying, respect me, I need you to protect me.
Gaia, one woman's journey, was an ethereal celebration of life and of the environment.
The planet will go on, but we'll be gone because she always regenerates and comes back. After that, I kept waking up in the night with different songs in my head until I'd written an album.
She also made her New Age beliefs more clear. Olivia also shared her thoughts on death and faith, saying she believed.
Okay. So, yeah. Just giving you an idea. Well, I'll share a little more.
There was something out there after you die. I feel we are all part of one thing, she said. I have had experiences with spirits or spirit life and felt the spirit's world and have heard things that I believe there is something that happens. Olivia said she thought there was energy and a life of some sort after death. It's almost like we are part of the same computer and we go back to the main battery, she said. I don't have a definite definition of what it is. She explained, I think there is a great knowingness out there. We become part of it. I hope that the energies of the people you love will be there. I think all the love will be there. I'm sort of looking forward to that. Not now, but when it happens, she added.
I don't know, but okay. Yeah, Olivia Newton-John, but it was also said, now I don't know exactly where the sources that Corinne, I was trying to look up that more specifically. Okay. But I'm going to trust, Corinne Allure, to saying that, that Minnie Riperton was also had this belief in Gaia. Now, I can't say that I have really looked more into the source. Now we're hearing it. We definitely, it's obvious with Olivia Newton-John. We're hearing it from her mouth. She also dedicated an album. Perhaps she felt that, saying this is her worshiping the earth, that she believes is a woman, or Mother Nature, you know, as the deity Gaia. And I guess she feels that the earth saved her from the cancer. And I'm not saying that there isn't some truth. I'm not saying that I'm against what is referred to as necessarily holistic or natural treatments for, you know, yeah, I definitely would, you know, who am I to talk? But I'm definitely one, and understand I'm no medical expert or anything like that, so I'm not trying to give misinformation. I'm just sharing what I believe. But I definitely, especially considering someone I knew who chose not to go through chemotherapy, and you know what they, you know, I'm just speaking on what I believe. Um, I'm not a medical expert. Never said that I was one. So yeah, I can, you know, it's the whole thing of this worshiping of the, because this is something that I've noticed with a lot of these New Age believers who, you know, they believe, they know that there's something they believe in, and they'll even get, you know, they'll even be specific in the name of the deity and this and that. But I noticed that they want to believe. You got a lot of these people, and I think they can be more dangerous than even the atheists who just don't, supposedly they don't believe in any deity, or you know, they just, whether they believe in evolution or whatever, but they don't believe in any sort, anything that could be seen by them as supernatural, or yeah. But the thing that I think is kind of more dangerous with some of these agnostics, or those who are supposedly more spiritual, but you know, they claim they are not religious. That's what they claim. And I'm not saying that I am religious now, but yes, I believe. I'm of faith. I'm the faith, but I'm not, I don't see myself as religious. But what I'm saying, that this is something I noticed with a lot of these like New Ages and stuff. They want to believe. They don't want to totally be atheists. They want to believe that they are protected, that there is hope after death, or that they will, whether it's reincarnation, resurrection, or just they want to believe that there's something or some things, some sort of higher being out there, or beings protecting them, watching over them, giving them hope of life beyond this carnal life that we know of. They want to believe that, but this is the thing. They don't want any law. They don't want to be given any law. See, it's not so much, it's not the so-called religion that they claim that they are against. It's the law. That's the bottom line. Don't nobody want to be told. They don't want to be given commandments. They don't want to be told that you need to do, you know what I'm saying? That's what people got a problem with, the law. They want to be able to dictate, so they're going to go along. And the scriptures say, you know, that man going to follow whatever tickles their ears. Yeah, see, Gaia ain't telling me what to do. Well, they may say, there may be some people who argue, no, that's not true. We're told we should protect that. Those are things you should already kind of know. You understand what I'm saying? They don't want, you know, they may be told, yeah, we are told what to do. We're told when we see the repercussions of, no. Those are things that you know, you should figure out, know. You understand? People do not want to be given specific direction and law and order. So they go along with doctrine, but they do still want to feel as if they're being looked out for. So they go along with doctrine that tickles their ears. It makes them feel as if they still have this power and control over their own decisions, and this and that. Like, people don't want to be told that you should wait until you're married to have sex, and they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to, you understand? So it's easier to believe, oh, Mother Nature, but they still want to feel protected. They still want to feel like they have some sort of protection or insurance. Do you understand what I'm saying? So some of these ones, like these New Ages who are all over the dang on place, like I hear Monique talking about, like I was following Monique and her husband, her channel, but then she, you know, I felt I tried to support her and her husband when everybody was attacking her and her husband, but then she started talking all this Mother Universe. And it's so funny. They don't want you to recognize Yahuwah spoken of in the Bible, but they will be specific, even naming Enki and all of these, you know. How you doing, D-Son? How you doing, beautiful? So great to see you. I thought I did see a video of yours. Yeah, so they're gonna go along with doctrine that tickles their ears, and and I'm not saying I don't think that I don't necessarily see these as necessarily bad people or like I'm better than. No, that's not necessarily what I'm saying. I'm just speaking in general. Yeah, I did see something of yours recently. I didn't comment because I was watching from my projector screen. But I definitely, I see you coming back. I'm glad to see you, my brother. It's like it's great still seeing new possibilities. And yeah, I was meaning to post with my sister Radical. But yeah, Monique, yeah, I was listening to her. They be all over the place. Let them tell it they're not religion, but they show will they. It's just like you had these people. They want to talk about the satanic agenda. They recognize Satan and the Luciferian, but they don't want to recognize Yahuwah. They don't want to recognize quote unquote Jehovah. But they will recognize Enki and Gaia, and that's what's and even Lucifer will do lectures. And these people, it may seem like they're a lot healthier. They're a lot, I'm going to tell you, all this natural, you can be herbalist and all of that. And don't get me wrong, we know that there are a lot of quote unquote Christians and Bible believers who are dying and stuff. But I'm just saying, I just want us to consider, and I know I'm not a saint. Just a minute ago, I'm talking about the music of slave and funk artists. And, I still had an addiction, but this is why more and more it's becoming difficult for me to feel as comfortable, even, discussing the music and stuff. I remember my friends now, they had the Grease, because you got to understand that Grease, the movie was so big, and that the soundtrack, that my friends who were black and from the South, they had the Grease album. You know what I want? And I find myself regularly, at least once a year watching the movie Grease. But yeah, and this is not, I'm not saying that I do remember when she first with the cancer in the 90s. I don't recall her, and I was very happy for her. And it's interesting, John Travolta himself being into Scientology, and he's lost quite a few people. He's lost his son, his co-stars, Kirstie Alley, who was in the Look Who's Talking, of course, Olivia Newton-John, who he admitted to once having a crush on. He lost his wife, also to cancer, sad to say. What was the actress? She was a secret admirer in Twins, who became his wife. Yeah, he's been through a lot. And I remember John Travolta used to be the poster child for Science. He was a celebrity, definitely representing Scientology before Tom Cruise became the main face of Scientology. But so you hearing this?
With a laugh, end quote. I'm sort of looking forward to that. Not now, but when it happens, she added, with a laugh, end quote. So she stated that she used to have she had connections with spirit throughout her whole life. And they'd speak to her, they'd come to her, they'd help her like with her albums, with her movies and projects that she would do. She had connections with the spirits and believed that when...
And I don't think she's lying. But is it what you think it is?
We die, basically we become those spirits, right? And we become those people that are in the afterlife. And she wasn't too shy about that. She was pretty open. And she also believed in the power of positive thought and not thinking negatively. Like in a lot of her interviews, I noticed that, especially the one she did with Gayle King. Gayle King was asking her a lot about, which is another thing we're going to talk about because...
Okay, from there. So you see, and why am I talking about that? Yeah, because when I watched on Minnie Riperton, and when we think singers like, especially, before the 80s, Olivia Newton-John, before Let's Get Physical. She also had a song Magic and stuff. But before that, she was definitely, with her songs, very, very Let me see. I don't know if there's a clip here, but she had these very, very sweet. She had one of the most beautiful voices. It was really like she was like Sandy, like the hopelessly devoted kind of song. She kind of, went into, although from being from Australia, went into country music, or kind of, I guess you could say pop, country pop, or, even though some people initially didn't see her as kind of as legit, being that she wasn't like, didn't have those bluegrass roots, just kind of like how I guess they kind of saw her kind of like a Tether initially. But she was, no, I wouldn't say she was overrated. No, she had a beautiful voice. But, there were people who didn't really see her as the, because she didn't really have the bluegrass American roots. So there are some people kind of, of the South, like, those out of Nashville, didn't think that she was a appropriate representation of country music. Like they felt there were, better like, yeah. And they probably was thinking, oh, it's just because she's young and cute, but she was eventually very much respected, even by the American, and took it in kind of as a darling. And of course, with the movie Grease, people really fell in love, and but I noticed, going into the 80s, that she kind of tapped into with the let's get physical. But, that, of course, that seems harmless when you compare it to like the Madonnas, and that seems harmless. And eventually people just saw that as an exercise song. Didn't even really pay attention to the lyrics. Because I think my auntie, who was a strict Jehovah's Witness, we couldn't even watch music videos. She was liking this, not even paying attention to the lyrics, just the let's get physical. And there's the video. So my auntie still probably to the end thought it was just an exercise song promoting physical activity. And we all loved it when we was kids, Yeah, but getting back serious, on the serious tip, when you consider what these singers had in common, they both had they both around the same age. Minnie Riperton being like, about a year older. You're around the same age as my mom. Both these earlier baby boomers, who were, blew up in the 70s initially with these really, really beautiful, soft. And I hate to, I know I shouldn't say it, but I guess what we would imagine, what we would usually refer to as angelic like voices. Minnie Riperton's album being Perfect Angel, that's what it was called. And also they represented definitely femininity. It was Minnie Riperton singing that took me from not just wanting to do rap and hip hop, hanging with B-boys, but she opened, almost like helped me to tap more into my femininity through her music, through her singing, and the music went perfectly with it. And I found myself like almost like enchanted, kind of like I can imagine when Mariah Carey was a 7-year-old child saying when she first listened to Minnie Riperton. You saying she don't look like herself on the right? That's very much, she got my eyes very similar to my mama's. But I found myself, and usually sappy songs like Loving You, but I found myself like wanting to just totally, the way that they were talking about, not just the song Loving You, but I found myself totally into just everything Minnie Riperton, but this is her solo stuff. I didn't know about the stuff before the biographies I watched. I didn't know about, with the Rotary, just going also by what my mama knew about her and everything. Yeah. This is her. This is before. Yeah, you can see she still has the afro and everything. So yeah, this is younger, like her earlier music days. This is her in the garden with the whole Rotary. What was the group she was with? Yeah. A lot of us, we know more of the Minnie Riperton latter 70s, shortly before her passing. But this is her, I guess, on the right, before she became more of a solo artist. Although she still, during the time of Loving You on the left, she still kind of took on that bohemian look. But if you even look at her on the left, she's kind of looking like Mother Nature. Now, here is where I'm going to get a little, where y'all may, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to be, I'm just really, I'm saying this for a reason, y'all. Remember what I talked about with me, when I first had my seizure, and it was a serious seizure. It was a very, in the way that my auntie and uncle, although I just remember waking up in the ambulance. I remember having a serious headache. I was 8 years old, and I had been getting auras, or like warnings, but I just didn't tell my auntie and uncle about it. But then one day it was not, I felt me having a big imagination anyway. It was a secret that I kept when I was getting the warnings, like the precursors to the seizures. But I didn't tell my auntie and uncle. But then when it finally hit me that day, we had got back from the Kingdom Hall. So let's get out of our Kingdom Hall, like church clothes, and get in our, watch, TV like we would, like the honeymooners and stuff. We going to bed. And I remember my, uncle and auntie put on some hot dogs and stuff. And I went to, but my head was pounding. I went to my auntie and uncle's bed. It was pounding. It wasn't, the auras were not fun. Whereas before it was like, oh, when I would get the auras that were the precursors to the seizures, they would be like warnings. They would be like this deja vu, this euphoric feeling that I would get, almost like I guess like a high feeling. And it'd be very short lived, and it would be a deja vu like moment, that's what kind of an aura feels like. But it's like a precursor that you would usually get before having a seizure, whether it's what we used to call complex partial, petit mal, or grand mal. But now, so I was getting these auras, but I didn't tell anybody. But and remember, I said this happened to be, I believe, after my mother went to that palm reader, and I was with her and sitting in that dark room with this woman, this palm reader. And then so I was experiencing excruciating headache. Now it wasn't fun anymore. I was having an excruciating headache where it just felt like somebody was hammering in my head. I was 8 years old. And I remember one of my cousins, my uncle auntie had two daughters. They were around my age. They was coming to get me because they was asked to go get me to come into the living room and stuff. And my cousin kept it, and I had to yell at her to leave me alone because my head was pounding so bad. And that was the last thing I remember. Next thing you know, I was waking up like a white man was over me saying my name. I didn't realize. I'm thinking that we were still coming home from the Kingdom Hall because I had partially lost my memory. But I later remembered that we already came back from the Kingdom Hall, got out our clothes and everything. But I couldn't talk though. And he was saying my name. I was in the ambulance. I couldn't talk. And I was hospitalized for like a week. I eventually had to have EEG, where they connect the wires to your head and all that stuff. And I just know my auntie was there. She was crying. She was bawling. She was so scared. What they told me what happened was my cousins, when they told me, and they finally told me what happened, they said they were sent back to go get me. Go and get her until they come in here. And they said they couldn't find me nowhere in the house. I wasn't in the room no more. They said when they finally found me, it was in a closet, in one of the closets. And they said I was just sitting there staring. So they got me out of the cot. They said I just was staring with this blank expression. And they said then eventually I started convulsing and twitching. And they called because they had never seen nothing like that before. So they had called one of a brother from the Kingdom Hall to help carry me out. And eventually did an ambulance. Now, I don't remember any of that. I just last remember. But when I woke up in the ambulance, I thought we were still coming back from the Kingdom Hall. Then the rest of my memory of us coming back, it came to me. But and so I used to have, my seizures used to be more serious, where I'd be hospitalized like for a week. And eventually, and I had to deal with that all my life. Couldn't do certain things. They would be not wanting me to swim like in the girls' home. It affected, I would try to hide it from jobs that I had, but then they'd eventually find out. And, I kind of felt I dealt with some discrimination. So I had to deal with, and I thought for a period that the grand mal, and then it became more common, but not as serious, where there's the petty mal seizures, where I'd be, and I had to train my daughter for years what to do so that, I wouldn't lose custody of her, because I had a custody scare that they felt that I wasn't fitted to raise a child with my disorder. I learned, I did that stuff anyway. I still learned to swim. But they would be, like when I was in the girls' home, they wouldn't want me, there was a lot of things. They acting all scary. But that was something I dealt with. And I'm going to tell you, in recent years, I remember one of y'all up in here, I think it was Jared, put me up on Stephen Darby. And it was a video, Your Problem is Witches. And when I came to, now I was always, what was explained to my mother, being that I was a miracle baby, and, I nearly died at childbirth because the umbilical cord was, and my mother had to have an emergency C-section. They told her one of us was not going to make it. My mother had a high temperature. My grandma had to use collard greens, cold, wet collard greens to bring down my mama's temperature. They allowed her to do it at the hospital. And somehow me and my mother, we made it, even though I wasn't supposed to make it. I was born very underweight, and the umbilical cords, so they believe that that's what caused me. And that's what I believed for years. Like perhaps oxygen was cut off to the brain, causing me to have epilepsy. Nobody else in my family has it. So that's what we believe. It could have been that, or I did also have a fall when I was 7 years old. I had a bad fall. That could have been it. So, but we suspected, but I understand I had no seizure activity. What was also funny, there was a commercial that was out in the 70s. Jenny, you've been daydreaming again, epilepsy. And I remember my brothers used to kind of taunt me. This is before I even knew they were like, oh, that's, well, my real name ain't Lashid. They were like, that's Lashid. That's her, the commercial. Like they would make fun of me, like I'd be in my own world daydreaming, because I was like a daydreaming child. So they actually used to kind of make fun of me with that commercial. Jenny, you've been daydreaming again, but it was a commercial on epilepsy. But this is before anybody even knew I had epilepsy. And I had no auras or no sort of before that. But when I saw that video on YouTube a couple of years ago, I think it was Jared that put me up on it. It was like 2017 or something, right before Pastor Darby died. Your problem is witches. Yeah, it's just certain things I'm telling y'all for a reason. Yeah, it was that. So I checked it out. It was past. It's probably still up in here. Let me see. Pastor Darby passed like a year later. That's what's crazy. I know some of these videos since his passing and stuff. I know his wife's been still trying to hold down the channel. I'm telling y'all this for a reason. And I'm going to tell you, also with my family. Because, I wasn't open talking about this. But I think it was Jared that put me up on. Now, this is when I first discovered Stephen Darby, right? I was like, oh, he sound like a typical preacher, Reverend Chicken, where, we having my affiliates with the church, even though I believe in the Bible, of course. But next thing I found myself binge watching his videos. And then when they talked about somebody who died and I was like, man, it happened to be him. I just got up on this brother. But they were talking about, I remember watching reports, people giving a rest in peace. And I didn't know it was him. Hold on. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Let me move it. It's this video right here. Now, understand this.
All right.
I watched this shortly before. Yeah, found out he had passed. I think it's a part 1 and a part 2. Yeah. But I found and you see how many views. Now it got over 1 million views. And some people question his passing, because he was talking about some stuff way ahead of time up in the air. He was talking about some stuff that I don't think they were ready for us to hear about in YouTube. At first, I was like, kind of, he sound like typical church preacher, like, I don't know if I can totally trust, but I found myself binge watching his videos. And then for the first time, it just got me thinking a little deeper, because I thought about also with what happened to my sister being electrocuted as a child. My mama got into it with some woman My auntie told me the whole thing. It was some woman who threatened my mama. Like she was going, this woman was into witchcraft or something like that. And she said that woman had an evil laugh that she heard through the phone, like she was going to get my mama or whatever. And you got to understand, my mama was a superstitious woman. She was a rather superstitious woman. See, it's one thing, that's why you got to pray. See, I'm not a superstitious person, but my mama she would believe that, like if you step on a crack, my mama didn't like you raising an umbrella in the house, and she was very superstitious. So, yeah, if you believe on certain things and stuff like that, Satan will play on that. If you believe dreams of fishes, Satan will play on that stuff. You open the door. Yeah, but my auntie said, next thing you know, my sister was, my sister, older sister, who was electrocuted as a child, which caused her to lose her hair. They noticed that she was, had put like a Y in her mouth. Yeah. And that's something that I believe affected my sister for the rest of her life, even in how she perceived herself and how she wanted her children. I've talked about this. But one thing, I love my mother, of course, but my mother was very trying to be different from my mother. And we watched a lot of horror movies, this, and that. And my brother eventually getting into David Bowie and music such as, and I honestly believe that a lot of this brought demons, I'm telling you, into our home. I may go more into this, but I definitely believe that I'll tell you how that, my grandma tell me the whole story. Yeah, yes, cold, wet collard greens bring down the fever. That saved my mama's life. The doctor, they couldn't bring down my mama temperature. That's what I was told my grandma. So this friend of my mama and my grandma, he told her what to do, get some cold wet. And the doctors so they went on and allowed it. And they said that was the only thing that brought down my mama's temperature. But yeah, I'm telling you, it was after I saw this video. And then I started thinking, what if my epilepsy, what if it was not because of the reasons that I was told? And what if it is a demon? Like, I do think that certain, but then, I know a lot of y'all may be thinking, well, why would you be, that's not right to think. Why would God hit you with this disorder when you weren't the one who saw the palm reader? Your mother did. But maybe it's for testimony. I'm alive, ain't I? I survived, didn't I? I still was able to work. I still got around, what I was told I can't and should not do. Right? I was told I shouldn't have a child. I was told, they talked me into not having no more kids. No, I didn't say I don't believe in. No, absolutely not. I didn't say I don't believe in science, but and what is science exactly? This is what I feel compelled to talk about. I've been up here for years. It's only been in very recent years all the years I've been up here. For one, I was always afraid, like if I reveal what I have, they might try to use that, take a sister out. But no, it's the time. It's only been more recent years. I was able to talk about everything, but I couldn't quite open up on that yet. With the epilepsy. Yeah, I mean, it could have been, but I'm going to tell you, since I've kind of came to this revelation, you have to understand, I am a person, I'm going to tell you, my girl, Kimberly Frazier, I had a seizure with her on the phone. She came and stayed with me. She witnessed me having a seizure. Remember Kimberly Frazier? Everybody witnessed me. If you was around me for a certain period of time, you're going to witness me having a seizure. But guess what? My grandchild, well, she doesn't remember. She's never witnessed it. I had a seizures. It was at a point where you got to understand, even when I was in YouTube, I couldn't definitely, if I went one day without my medication, you best believe. And then it got to a point, especially after the 2010s and after getting with my husband and stuff, because I thought I stopped having grand mal seizures, but he went and they came back. The grand mal, I was having the smallest seizures, but way more often now. So this stuff I dealt with, school, work. This is why I stayed from driving. They took even though I passed, they wouldn't allow me to get a driver's permit. Well, she witnessed. No, it wasn't video phone, but I was with her talking. I remember when she was going through with losing her mother and everything, and yeah, she came and stayed with me and stuff. So that was something. That's how frequently they were, happening. And so I remember waking up my husband. This is yeah, definitely in 2010. I've been doing video. What was this? 2015. He was I'm like, he's looking up things online, and I noticed that my tongue was really sore. So he had to witness me going through the whole biting my tongue and all of that. And I thought I stopped having those ones. I was having what was later referred to as, I know they got all these different names now. We used to just say petit mal, grand mal, and then it became complex partial. So I began to more commonly have the complex partial seizures, and it was hard. I had to really train my daughter to do this, that. Because one time I was at her doctor's appointment and I had a seizure. They kept, thank goodness, my brother was working at the hospital at that time as an x-ray technician. So he was there to take my daughter home because they would have taken my child from me. And so I had to have a person on me for a month to see that I was capable of raising my daughter. So after that, I had to train her to not call the hospital and stuff. And what to do. Just let me sleep and I'll be back up. Yeah. I was born underweight and, so yeah, it made sense that, it may have been something from birth, but why is it that when I really start looking into this, and I'm going to tell you, it's like I don't like speaking too soon, but no, I have to. This is wild. Now, I know there are people like Fran Brown. I didn't really open up to her, but she knows it, but she's been very disappointed in me. I'm just talking to myself. I'm not telling you to do anything like I've done, okay? But I have been off of that medication. So there's no way I would have been able to do that. Not even 10 years ago. Absolutely not. No way. I remember trying to throw hints, like Watchmen Reports was talking on something. I was like, and I was hoping, without saying it, I was trying to say to Sister Dariana in the chat room, what about, because they were talking on medication, like kind of against it. I was like, but what about, I have no choice but to be on medication. I was like, so it's like, I can't, I ain't got no choice in my situation. And I'm not telling you, I'm not going to ever tell you to do, but I do feel, I'm going to tell y'all, I do seriously feel when I really came to that realization that I believe that I'm meant to share this with y'all for a reason. And I'm also talking about this. Now, of course, I don't wish that on nobody. I don't wish that, but do y'all think, but think about it. With Minnie Riperton and Olivia Newton-John both having breast cancer. Now, yeah, that's just you also have the singer Sarita Wright, who also had those. She was raised Baptist, but I believe that she went into, I think in the end she was Muslim though, but now you also had Denise Williams, another one of those with her, but Denise Williams straight up on the gospel, Christian gospel tip. But I'm gonna tell you, my brother, who ended up, I say who was my genius, gold, who was I guess if you want to say golden, not because he was light skinned. No, but people would say that just because he was like my mom's favorite son, good son. But we never would have thought that he would have. And right now, we found him. He's in a facility. But I'm telling you all this stuff for a reason. This brother who was an A student who took so much time and was patient with me, but he definitely got into like David Bowie. He got also in the 80s affiliated with the Unification Church. If you've ever heard of Reverend Sun Young Moon, he had changed and eventually was diagnosed with manic depression, schizophrenia. And it's really sad when you see a person just totally change. It's like Dr. Jekyll, it's a really sad thing. And that was hard for my mother and him going deeper into the drug use and stuff. But I'm going to tell you, it really started when he started getting more and he discovered, of course, him being born in the late 60s, of course he knew about David Bowie, but he really started getting into David Bowie. Of course, we knew songs like Fame and Change, of course. But I'm going to tell you, he really started getting into, when he started, just like with me, getting into David Bowie, was this right here. Before that, he was more so into the Police, Sting, and the Police. They were like his favorite artists. You remember my brother, who I said was more into, Caucasian artists, rock music. It's kind of like the Carlton of the family, very different from the rest of us, it seemed. But he was like my mom and him. That was like my mom's favorite son. It was this right here, from 1985. Now, of course, we knew of David Bowie, Let's Dance and stuff before that, going back to the 70s. But when my brother started really getting into, it was this right here from 1985. I remember this video, Believing the Sun, Loving the Alien. This was what, and back then, you got to understand, I had a cool mom. My mom ain't tripped. She wasn't. See, now my grandmama and auntie, who were Jehovah's Witnesses, they would have been like, oh, heck, For one, they didn't believe we should watch music videos, period. And they used to warn my mama about allowing us, we would always be watching scary movies and stuff. And sometimes my grandmama's kids, from her second family, the kids that were around my older siblings' age, they would sneak and watch movies. Because, our family, we had cable and we were free and this and that. So they would, but it always seemed like my immediate family just seemed a little more cursed, even though my mama had more knowledge, more consciousness, more awareness. But yeah, it was this video right here, this song and video, Believing the Strangest Things, Loving the Alien by David Bowie. And my brother, after that, it was like Sting who? I mean, we were already like into stuff like, Queen and, but he really got obsessed with David Bowie. I used to love the song Blue Jean. And, and before that, I remember he was all into playing Sting and the Police and Dreaming of the Blue Turtles and other white artists. But he always was like into Devo and, just into, but David Bowie, he became obsessed with David Bowie. And even when you listen the lyrics of this, but back then we just saw this cool artsy. So he started discovering or rediscovering the oldest stuff of David Bowie. I'm talking, it's really when he especially started getting into the Ziggy Stardust. He started tapping more into Ziggy Stardust, the 70s stuff. Ziggy played, I know all these songs. And my mama would just allow him to play all his music. And eventually into the 90s with Tin Machine. That's when my brother was at his worst. He's like middle brother. That was the youngest brother. I'm the baby of the family, but the youngest brother, who's like 4, years older than me, he passed away, unfortunately. And that's the thing. While my brother, and we were me and my other brothers, who was more into the blacker music, we were more into Prince and all of that. We'd be listening to all the Prince's albums and stuff, and I'm not saying, that was, but my brother, he started and even trying to look like David. So we had to worry about my brother being jumped on and attacked by people for being weird. He went from dressing preppy to now wanting to look like David Bowie. And he got really obsessed, and then him getting with that Unification Church and stuff. it was like it all kind of happened by 1987, but it would started him like in 85, him getting into, and so started smoking marijuana with my other brothers who usually would not let him join because he was the good boy. He was the good son who, who he took time, my other brothers living their teenage life. This brother would stay with me, watching me, babysitting me, playing with me, spending time with me. And I remember, and before that, we would be listening to like Total Eclipse of the Heart. Well, we used to love songs like Come On Eileen, Dexys, that we dance around the house. But now he's too cool for that music. He's too cool for Dexy's Midnight Run. He's too cool for that stuff now. Now he's more so into this stuff. And we found ourselves, because he would be playing it. Like my favorite from the Let's Dance album was Criminal World. You never told me of your. So, and some of this, I didn't get so much into the Ziggy Stardust stuff. But I know all them songs. Ground Control to Major. This is ground. Because this is the stuff that was playing in my house. Golden Years. All that stuff. Now I'm listening to where he's saying golden years, I'll be with you in these 1,000 years. And and David Bowie, who I respect as a musician and stuff, he was very much influenced by Aleister Crowley. He admitted to it. This used to be like, because I felt this video was so cool. Blue Jean. So I remember I had the single, or it was his single, my brother's single. But my brother's into Billy Idol and all of that. But I used to love playing when he had the single of this, the 45. I would play this. Believe it or not, one of the members, Right Said Fred, that made I'm Too Sexy, is one of the drummers here. But I felt this was so, the way his makeup, because that, David Bowie, Right Said Fred, I'm Too Sexy. Because you got to understand, David Bowie was like the father. Oh, no. My brother was not into Bon Jovi or anything like. Only thing close to metal would have been something like Queen, but that's not. I don't consider Queen metal. Yeah, my brother may have been listened to like Pink Floyd, but no, he didn't. No. My brother would have been into punk before metal. But he liked REM. Yeah, like in the 90s, he used to like that Losing My Religion. But he had been liking REM. He didn't get into The Cure. He had U2's album. He was in. And my brother also liked Tina Turner and stuff. But, and he actually would have listened to Michael Jackson before Prince, though, to be honest. He preferred, but of course, his songs would be like Human Nature. Those would be the song. That was the Michael Jackson song of his preference. Yeah, he may have listened to some of the Clash. So that's what also got me into that. It's just like even with the house music that we listen to, my brother would be more into that Euro synth, high energy, like Bostic and, the song I'm trying to, like my brother, there was that house music that, and I kind of liked more of the house music that brother liked versus then there was my other brother who kind of liked that more post-disco garage sound. It's not over, and all them kind of songs. You know what I'm saying? There's like those ones who like that Folly Jackmaster, Folly Funkin' Keith kind of house music that he would play in his mixes. But I was kind of leaning more to I'll just call him the eccentric brother. We called him Bouncy. Yeah, that was like my brother. Yeah, that of course would be his favorite song on the Thriller album, Human Nature. But yeah, now what my niece Tasha told me, because he had been dealing with, sickness in his stomach, an illness, and he does have a certain, I've shared with y'all before. But she said that this was a couple of years ago when we were still in touch with him. But she said he had told her he was feeling this horrible pain in his stomach. Now, this is a couple of years, not that long ago. And he said that Tasha told me that he told her that something in his head told him to stop listening to David Bowie. And he said when he stopped, this pain went away. That's crazy. Now, I don't know if he ever went back to it because we had totally lost contact. My brother, not that long ago, we found out where he is. It's really sad what's going on. And, I'm worried. He's in a facility in Wisconsin, but, I'm scared. But I can't be scared. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I did everything. I did everything I could. I tried taking him. I did everything that I could to try to help. But I do believe with his, because I know there's been people on drugs, but with his manic depression, I believe it's a demon. That's what I believe. I'm convinced. And with other loved ones of mine, I am convinced. You can't tell me otherwise. You cannot tell me otherwise. And my family's a very musical family. I grew up, David Bowie had an influence, even on artists like Prince, even. He was, and he himself, it's interesting that he was born, he ended up developing, I think from an accident or something, where one of his eyes ended up being darker than the other. But he was definitely, like with the lightning bolt over one eye, this is satanic. He was definitely influenced. And he speaks on, he said a lot of us young kids, he was one of them artists of the late silent generation. And they had a great influence. You got to understand, a major influence on the baby boomers. And artists like David Bowie was able to influence generations even after the baby boomers. My brother being a Gen Xer born in the late 60s. So David Bowie is one of those artists. He was able to come back in the 80s and continue to influence, and even into the 90s. He had a heavy influence, of course, living past Freddie Mercury and stuff. Yeah, but he had it, like Jesse Johnson speak on how, and even David Bowie, he talks, if you listen to interviews with David Bowie, he talks about how a lot of the music, like when he did the whole Man Fell from Space, see, all this stuff is references to fallen angels. And I started looking even more so into David Bowie around the time that I had my little encounter with the Golden Sphere. Because I want to know who started the Golden Sphere, who was behind it. And you were the one who showed me that there was perhaps some satanic influence behind. I don't know if some of the members knew about this. But you gotta be behind, just really look into who be behind some of these little cliques that almost become like cults up in here. Who's really behind it? Because that's what I was interested in. Who started this Golden Sphere? But it was just a lot of talk about golden, I noticed. At first, I thought, okay, that's a cool way of describing, like, okay, golden, all right, that sounds cool. And then I'm like, what you saying they knew? You never know. I want to tell myself, no, that's what I want to tell myself. Wait, let me get off this image. I'm sorry, y'all. Forgive me. Didn't mean to keep it on this image, but yeah. And he was probably a kid himself. But yeah, I started, because it got me thinking with all this golden talk, Golden State Warriors, attention being brought to things golden. And at the same time, you remember we had the Omicron, the virus, and they were saying that it was a video game with David Bowie's voice. I don't know. So it just got me around that very same time, the Golden Sphere. I just started looking at what is with all these golden references lately. Gold is beautiful. Don't get me wrong, but I just noticed there's a lot of golden. I don't know, like there's a lot of golden. And then it started, the song Golden Years was coming to me. And I started, let me look into these lyrics of Golden Years. My family used to play this all the time. I never even talked to my oldest brothers. They probably still want to listen to these songs, not even thinking about it. Golden Years lyrics. Oh gosh. Ooh, still trying to type with these fingernails. From 1976. Okay. Don't let me hear you say life's taking you nowhere. Come up, get it. Yeah. So I just start looking at the sky, life's begun, okay, et cetera, et cetera. But what got me is the part saying, I'll stick with you, baby, for 1,000 years. Nothing's going to touch you in these golden years. That was the part that got me right there. 1,000 years. And then also talking about the golden years. And you know, in an interview, David Bowie said that he was like so coked out of his mind, and he don't even remember. He was talking like he don't even remember a lot of that he recorded. And that particular song, it was recorded during the time he was in California in Laurel Canyon. And he spoke, all he knows is that he had to get out of LA. Like he was dying to get out of LA. Saying that he don't even remember a lot of that stuff he was during that time. What was going on? He just knew he had to get out of LA. So he had became a part of the Laurel Canyon clan, if you know what I'm hinting to. Let me see. So what first came to mind was, yeah, okay, Revelation. Is Revelation 20? Let's go to book Revelation 20. Okay, just I guess King James Version. Revelation 20. And I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years, cast him into the bottomless pit, and shut him up, and set a seal upon him, that he should deceive the nations no more, till the 1,000 years should be fulfilled. And after that, he must be loosed a little season. Now, I mean, and when you know about the teachings of the Golden Dawn, the original accounts of the teachings, rites, and ceremonies of the Hermetic order. And I'm sure you guys have heard of that reference, the Golden Dawn, Hermetic order. Because you hear in a lot of these, see, there are dual meanings. See, some of these people may think, oh, they just want you to be part of the golden sphere because of your complexion. Just like what I'm talking about with the white versus black, yin versus, you know what I'm saying? No, I think there's something a little more esoteric with these labels. Even when I was looking at the whole with the mulatto, the black, white, the yin yang, you represent balance. Like a lot of this stuff is a little more esoteric, and some of these people know it. But I'm going to assume that there are some who don't, who, you know, they just see it as okay. Then there's also Golden Dawn, Greece, the popular association. Golden Dawn is usually shortened to Golden Dawn, is a far-right neo-Nazi and ultra-nationalist criminal organization. And you remember there was also that phase, yeah, because David Bowie, now, no, he was not, you know, as we know, racist. He actually confronted MTV on their racism. But there was that controversy of him supposedly like having a Nazi salute or something like that. But then he also, like, even in this video, Let's Dance. I remember when that came out and I didn't quite understand it, but it was like he worked with Nile Rodgers of Chic. And with the Let's Dance video, if you remember, he was showing, like in the Let's Dance video, if you can remember, I didn't get it back then because I didn't really know that much about Australia. I was a kid. But I just know you saw these two people, like I guess they represented poor people, darker people. The video seemed to have nothing to do with the song. you know, he's showing the Aboriginals, or who were referred to as, even though I don't like using that term, of Australia. They, you know, kind of rich, wishing that they were rich. This is what they got to do. They're like slaves, almost like in Australia, and they're imagining themselves like the rich white people. So it's very obvious that, yeah. And also, when you think in the 80s with China Girl, his song, I'll give you television, I'll give you eyes of blue, you know. So it's obvious that David Bowie was, like, in his own way, an advocate against racism. But there was that period where he was, like, especially during that time, you know, like some people was like saying, could he be a Nazi, you know. But yeah, he himself also eventually dying of cancer. And one of his last, I remember, he had a I'm Afraid of Americans. If you remember, before, not long before his passing, a couple of years before his passing, he had one of his last, you know, I'm Afraid of Americans, you know. I remember that. Hold on, let me see if I can. Yeah, but he was very interesting. Like, even when you look at the China Girl video, used to be one of my favorites. Like, showing himself as a white man exploiting this kind of like, and he has lines where he says, I'll give you television, I'll give you eyes of blue, I'll give you a man who wants to rule the world. And it's interesting. And also, you know, he was known as being perhaps bisexual, you know, he may have had like little, but he definitely, we don't, you know, actually, you know for sure, but it is believed he's been in bed with Mick Jagger. And, you know, although he married Iman, the supermodel. Yeah, and you see, if you ever saw, and I'm not telling you, not trying to entice you to watch the video, but he definitely, almost like he was trying to send these more so in the 80s, because he was one of them artists that would kind of, he, like Prince, he knew how to evolve with the times. Unlike somebody like Cyndi Lauper, who seemed kind of stuck in the 80s with their image and style, David Bowie, like Madonna, like Prince, they know how to evolve with each decade and end up getting a new generation of fans. In the 90s, he was with the whole Tin Machine. And that's when my brother was like at his worst point. I never got into any of the David. I may have listened to the music of the 80s and some of the 70s, actually being one of the, along with Elton John, one of the first white artists to be on Soul Train. Fame was a big hit on the black radio stations like in the 70s. Even sampled by Jay-Z later on. But like, yeah, this kind of showing him as like this, looking like a Rothschild, looking like a Rockefeller or something with the top hat on. I'm Afraid of Americans too. And you see like now some could, you know, like what was I still don't exactly get the message. I just remember his last, or one of his last. And even with his passing, it was still kind of unexpected. Because I remember looked like he was looking better and better, as, you know, in the 90s, he was looking kind of better than he did in the 70s. But he talked about actually his time in the 70s, saying, he said, that's why I was so skinny. He acknowledges that he was like so much on cocaine, which I wouldn't have written, you know, almost like the way he talked about himself in the 70s, like he was controlled or something. Like as if this, you know, almost like David Bowie don't even remember. But I remember that I'm Afraid of, what year was this? I know he died along with Prince, and yeah, it was kind of his death that kind of popped. Well, really, Natalie Cole on New Year's Eve of 2015. That's what then eventually in 2016, David Bowie, and you had all these artists, Vanity, Prince, Glenn Frey, Five Dogs, so many artists, and people like Muhammad Ali, who passed away. 2016 was a very dark year, if you will. But I remember this being one of the last, yeah, and of course he had what was that last and he knew he was dying of cancer. Yeah, and he was with Trent Reznor. This was back when I was still, and I'm not gonna lie, I did listen to some Trent Reznor. No more, I won't mess with. I did used to, and I like the song like Closer. I know, shame on me, but there was a time, I just, and I felt it, that's the thing. He was looking fly in this video. He always had great style, like Prince, like Madonna. They know how to evolve with the times and even grasp a new generation. But this was in the 2000s. Yeah, I'm afraid with him and Trent Reznor. I'm not trying to attract you to it. No, actually, I did in Penisoid. And another thing, I didn't get into, I definitely didn't get into the whole tin machine. By that time, also, it just reminded me of a very bad time with my brother. With my brother and my mama not knowing what to do, kind of going crazy, seeing her son fall apart. And I'm going to tell you, yeah, what year was this exactly? I just remember this, like, of his last. Him too, also. What year? They saying 1997. I remember this the early 2000s. You can even look at the style. I remember this. Maybe he worked on this in 97, but I remember this more so into the 2000s. You can even tell by the video that this ain't 90s. But it's saying actually like 1990. Yeah, but when was it released? I just remember this like being, they saying released in 97. I just remember this being more like early 2000s, or at least the video. Because you gotta understand, by that time, the only reason I knew of a lot of the other stuff from David Bowie, that's because my brother, me living at home, and my brother listened to it. But by this time, I can't say that I was regularly following David Bowie. That was more my brother. Any and everything David Bowie did. My brother would have the music. My brother was, but he became very much obsessed, even more so with the Ziggy Stardust, but the whole thing with the Tin Machine. And I know his last, what was it, the Black Album or something, when he knew he was dying of cancer. But still, yeah, all this stuff with the Tin Machine, I don't even, especially with this one shot, I ain't even going to click into that. Because, it just remind me, and he's on Arsenio Hall, it just remind me of, oh my gosh, what am I seeing? Things got really bad with my brother. Not him, doing anything like harming us, but it harmed us mentally in the sense that, just, yeah. And this eventually ended up influencing a lot of people in my generation. But what I'm saying is, and even with the, but what's interesting now, these artists have been exposed. Like you could see where the Good Fight Ministries would talk about they sold their soul. Yeah, they got one on David Bowie, of course. Man, now I would expect these rock artists to be given the spotlight, but you wouldn't think people like Minnie Riperton. Yeah. So they have, where they talk about David Bowie and, share his quotes even. Good Fight Ministries. Yes, this is a white Christian, which is, I guess I'll just say Christian. But yeah, this is when I first was really learn. I mean, I wasn't totally surprised because it's not like I'm stupid to, I didn't want, I just didn't want to see these artists as necessarily being satanic. I just wanted to see them as, being creative, artsy, like my brother and I, or just, I didn't want to see it like that. So even before, but I just really started looking more into the golden years. And it's almost like David Bowie knew, just like almost like John Lennon, like they were deceiving people or they were misleading or giving a bad message. Look at what he's saying here. I believe these are his quotes. He's saying, I believe that rock and roll is dangerous. It could well bring about a very evil feeling in the West. That's where I see it heading, bringing about the dark era. This is him talking. Rock has always been, yeah. I know y'all say, oh, not rocking, not black. Even when we go to a lot of that blues stuff, let's just keep it real. Rocking and roll in itself is a sexual reference. And I ain't saying that sex is necessarily bad, but yes, hip hop, this is what hip hop is more, I'm going to tell you, hip hop is more dangerous than even heavy metal now. And it is more satanic. Hip hop has become the new rock and roll. Party like a rock star. They even made songs. They're doing the same stuff. Look at what happened with just like what happened at that Rolling Stones concert with black man getting stabbed to death by them Hell's Angels. What was that? That incident not that long ago with that rapper, the young rapper, where all them people killed. They got the same sack all the wicked stuff. How you doing, Win? Yeah, and he talks about how he was influenced. And I know some of y'all, Africans. I'm telling you right now, me coming from a family who is my brothers used to be in the 70s playing One Nation. They had like a little band in our basement. We was on the south side of Chicago. My brothers put together a little band, and they would be playing, like, try to play One Nation Under Groove, right? Parliament Funkadelic. This was like 1979. And I remember they would start off, I pledge allegiance to the flag, and then they say, One Nation Under a Groove. Then they try to go into playing, One Nation, but even when you think about that, like, I remember when the Watchmen Reports, and they had their series, Musical Prophets. Oh, that was a tough one. That was a tough one for me to swallow. That was tough because I'm thinking, they're gonna go automatically into talking about the rock and roll and and they're like, oh no, we already got Good Fight Ministries. White folks are already doing their part in in exposing these white artists. Of course, they're best at exposing their people, right? So I'm like, man, why do you want to talk about the artists I listen to? So when they was like musical prophets of, I'm thinking they're going to go into the obviously bad hip hop of today. But no, they want to. I was like, no, why they want to go into? They want to go into my favorite artist. So it told me that even the music I was listening to wasn't so innocent. I'm thinking, just my brothers, the David Bowie. Now I knew that Prince was naughty. I don't totally agree with certain things because they got a lot of heat for this one on Prince. But we still got to consider it, as much as I don't want to, with Rick James, all of them. Now, no, I don't totally with the Michael Jackson, but still there are things to consider though. But we still need to listen, even when Lennon Honor, even though he's questionable now, but like with his hip hop in the hidden hand, back when Lennon Honor talked about such things, there's still, if they're bringing certain facts on certain, we still got to consider, because Jesse Johnson himself saying that, now I don't believe that Prince knowingly worshiped Satan, anything like that, but Jesse Johnson, and I think of my other brother who's no longer with us. Jesse Johnson himself said that he was one who kind of got Prince into David Bowie. He said they were influenced. Because you got to understand, David Bowie of that silent generation, right? Late silent generation, right? Just like the Beatles. And you got to understand what you had, the British invasion, right? A lot of those British artists, mostly of the late silent generation, were influenced by the Tavistock agenda or the Tavistock project. Look into what I'm talking about. And so the British invasion, it was no accident. And many of those who were, and I actually prefer the British artists out of the UK more so than the white American artists. I loved a lot of that, as y'all know, and I talk about it all the time. But yeah, and that's how my family was. We were actually more likely to listen to artists of the UK when talking about white artists, that is, or non-black artists, before the American artists, definitely. But many of them were influenced by, Aleister Crowley and his teachings. David Bowie himself speak on a lot of us young lads being influenced by, say, Luciferian, Aleister Crowley. And they were kids, And we definitely believe that the Beatles was a concocted, they were plants, industry plants, concocted. They had an agenda. Yeah, to mislead. And you got a lot of these artists, including a lot of the black funky artists that you may see as more pro-black leaning, like even with Earth, Wind, and Fire and stuff, you best believe they were still very much influenced by the counterculture and even many of these British artists, especially considering that a lot of these British artists seem to be more open-minded when it came to race and race relations. They didn't seem as prejudiced or as racist or as resistant to our music and culture and art and expression as the white American, so-called, with a so-called Christian background, But yeah, with the British invasion, the Beatles, if you notice, that's why you had, a lot of these getting more into Eastern mysticism. Well, some could say, well, we come from the East, in a sense. That's really what we went. I'm gonna go into that, the origin of Ogun and all that stuff. But some say they just taking what they learned from us, all of those of the East, including those of India and stuff. But you think of like those of the late silent generation, Tina Turner, Buddhism, and all that stuff, getting into the chanting. Some could say, oh, that saved her life. That saved her from Ike Turner. There's a lot about Tina Turner people don't know. And I begin to wonder if she was MK under. Well, anyways. And I ain't just talking about Ike Turner. Oh, this was hard for me. P-Funk, Parliament Funkadelic, and oh boy, I was like, I had already, it was some Jehovah's Witnesses I was studying with in the early 2000s. They were already warning me, telling me that they were doing chants and stuff, George Clinton, and so it's tough for me. It is very, very tough for me. I don't remember this one. Musical Prophets, Love or Lust, 1960s documentary. Do I remember this one? Yeah, but I was like, oh, they talk about Earth, Wind, and Fire. I'm like, no. Why are you messing with the music I love? Yeah. When I learned that with George Clinton, it makes it tough because I can't totally say that I'm totally giving it up. It's very tough for me. And my addiction was Prince in the 80s. As a kid, I was totally, just like how my brother was into. Now, I'm not saying I was trying to dress like Prince, but I sure wanted to be one of his women. I wanted to be like Sheila E. I would have been okay being one of his proteges. But yeah, that's how I found myself, But it's something. Oh, really? I'm glad that Questlove did the one on Sly Stone because it's hard. Because I want people to appreciate the genius, and it's hard for me because I also have fond memories with my family in these songs before things got haywire. But when you think about it, the music might have led to It was when I told y'all what I showed y'all with my brother. It was David Bowie, Loving the Alien, 1985. It was my brother start. Now, I'm not saying that Sting is innocent either now, because Good Fight Ministry, they've also exposed a little on Sting and the Police. But it was like when my brother, because before that he was more so, yeah, he listened like Diva, you know, a lot of the white artists. But when he was mostly into the Dream of the Blue Turtles album, and before that with Sting and Police, Synchronicity, all that stuff. That was the primary white artist that he was listening to. He listened to a lot of those white artists of that era, but that was primarily, it was like Sting was number one. But then when David Bowie, even though we had known of David Bowie since the 70s, but when he really, it was like what I showed y'all, that Loving the Alien, and you saw that video. That was a very weird, but that's when my brother started really getting, and it was like shortly 2 years after that, he just started changing, really changing. So even though the music give me memories of better times in my family, it may have been the music and the media and all of that might have also been a negative influence. And you don't think negativity when you think of a song like Loving You, Minnie. Of course not. You don't think that. But I had to, when she was playing Korean, that Inside My Love, Two Spirits Just Meeting, I sang along with that. I didn't think nothing of it, But what I'm also saying, and I'm not saying that, but it is something, because I remember Stephen Darby said something, it did kind of come off kind of harsh. And he was talking about with is something how after the whole feminist era and then breast cancer becomes more, and I know, who are we? We cannot say, we are not God to say, like, I don't think he was trying to say this is what women get. I don't think that's what he was saying. But I do look at certain things, you know what I'm saying? Because I remember watching the Unsung with Minnie Riperton, and it really had me bummed out when she was saying, like, why me? Why, I don't smoke, I don't this, and that. And I'm one of them people, I do try to look for reasons. And we know that this can happen to anyone. You understand? And I do believe that Olivia Newton-John is right on some of what she's saying about the environment leading to these mutations, that cause cancer, etc. I do believe there's some truth in that, But I'm going to tell you, just like with Left Eye of TLC, remember Left Eye, she was probably the healthiest. You would have thought that T-Boz would have passed away, being that T-Boz had that serious sickle cell anemia. You would have thought that T-Boz. Left Eye, wasn't she like the healthiest one? She was with the Dr. Dr. Sebi. What was she in Honduras and all in it? But she was also into, that's why she named herself Left Eye. She was also into a lot of that, New Age. She had a big Eye of Horus on the wall behind her. She was into numerology. She believed the spirits was after her. Do you hear me? No, it doesn't. But it is something to think about. I'm just saying, with Olivia Newton-John, and then you consider Sarita Wright, another one of them, singers. She was raised like the Baptist church, but she eventually went into, and I'm not saying, because people say, well, there's a lot of people. What you trying to say? It's just like what I was talking about with Aaliyah doing that movie. And she had this fascination with vampires and all of that. So I'm just saying this, because we don't want to lose the protection of the Most High Yah. I'm just saying. Well, it don't matter. You could be eating all vegan and, it don't matter if you were allowing these demons. What did Lisa Left Eye changed her name to Supernova? What didn't she change her name, which represents a star exploding and stuff? Aaliyah, I don't think she should have. That movie, Queen of the Damned, represented Ashtaroth. And that is all that this Gaia is. Another representation of Ashtaroth, Semiramis. It's just another representation. But really, it goes back to Lucifer. Yeah, she was highly talented. And you be wondering where to get some of these talent. I didn't know that Left Eye was that talented. I didn't know she knew how to play piano and all of that. I had no idea. She didn't just have the left eye covered. That wasn't just about, I thought it was just goofy and stupid with the con. No, she was very much into all of that new age stuff. And so, like I said, with the song David Bowie, Golden Years, what was he talking about? When it says Satan's binding, the 1,000-year reign, you learn of the golden dawn. And my family used to play that stuff in the house. And I'm just telling you. So, you know, it's hard for me because that's part of my memories. These are part of my and you know, and me cutting off this music, it's like cutting off my memories. So I just see it as that was a better time, but it may have been this music that fed into. Do you hear what I'm saying? And we also got to consider that with what we're watching as well. My mama, even before she passed, she realized that my grandmama was right. My grandmama used to warn us about all the stuff. When I think of the stuff that I used to watch, I used to love this movie, Night of the Demons. My favorite horror movie was Evil Dead 2. I wanted to get the whole collection. And you be wondering, you know, you watch something, then be wondering why everybody in the house fighting and stuff. So I definitely have to, I'm just telling you this, because I know I got to curb my appetite. It's very tough. Because then I'll probably be the next week talking about, you know, this music, and it's very tough. It's very tough, the addiction. And I realized, and I definitely became addicted to hip hop. Hip hop definitely became, like, as I was also, like I said, it was Minnie Riperton's music that helped me as a tomboy tap into my femininity. But me trying to sing like her is also why I lost my voice. In hitting notes that were beyond. And then I just end up getting laryngitis one. And then the third time I got it, my voice never returned. So it's been deep like this, cutting off easily. And I just stopped singing. Almost as if I was stopped from singing. But it's interesting that almost like she was able, you know, see, yeah, it seemed like singers like her were very much in touch with their femininity. But probably also one of those persons, Minnie Riperton, seeing, you know, the worshiping, you know, female deity, Gaia, Mother Nature, and all that stuff. Yeah, I was doing things like with nasal spray, and it just, I was back to back getting laryngitis. The third time I got laryngitis, my voice, and that was in the 90s, and my voice never returned. I was never able to sing like that again. Every now and then, it may break through my voice, and I'll try to sing, but it won't last long. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's back, you know. But yeah, her and Olivia Newton-John, both into that Gaia, you know. Yeah, and Olivia Newton-John, you know, so she made it after she felt she defeated cancer in the 90s. She dedicated an album to Gaia. Yeah, I'm not saying that she wasn't right about the, you know, carcinogens and everything and pollution and all that, but she was thankful to Gaia, you know, and still the cancer returned. And I'm just saying that, and they're using a lot of these people like vegans and stuff to try to reach us because we look at them. Oh, they have, of course, the way you eat is going to affect how you live. But it don't mean nothing. It means nothing. if you are not in connection with your actual creator. Means nothing. Not worshiping creation. You can do all that, because if you notice, Left Eye, she knew that there were demons after her. She knew this. She felt when the young boy that died in a car accident, named similar to hers, and where was she? Not Honduras. Was it Honduras? Yeah. She felt the spirits were after her. See, instead of trusting numerology and all that, she should have prayed, turned to the Most High Yah. You saw she was doing an interview, noises and stuff. Dr. Sebi alone is not the answer. Like you see, yeah, I learned a lot from the minister of wellness. But you see, he didn't flip. He's still a man. Right. Yes, you still need moral truth, right? And they're gonna use these people up in here who are vegans, and they're gonna pure healthy, but I'm gonna tell you, it means nothing. It means nothing. And I'm not saying that things can happen to us regardless, but I'm just saying, you want the protection of the Most High Yahuwah. Because I was so, when I just on Minnie Riperton, it did have me kind of like, yeah, why, But sometimes we just never know, especially as Yah's people who are supposed to know better, and we, trying to live like these hippies and trying to, and I'm not saying I'm not God. I'm not. I believe that might have been what took my grandmother on my father's side, but she eventually became an overweight woman, and she was, in elderly. At least she was elderly. So of course this can happen, but there, different things, and like I said, you can't tell me with my siblings, you can't tell me that some of these things aren't demons. I'm telling you that right now, or some of these things, because when you really think about it, what is all that? What are curses? Curses are a result of sin. Sin is basically rebellion, disobedience to the Most High Yah and His law. From sin, you get curses. The reason we get old and die, because we have inherited the curse of death, old age and death from Adam. There are different curses, not what you necessarily think of. And it's usually, and so even with many of the sicknesses and stuff that we may have, these are curses. Like, there may have been like, who is it? Is it a ruler? Didn't realize his sickness is most, these are curses. A lot of this are curses, whether it's disobedience, whether it's, it could be the way, because also the Bible warns us against gluttony as well. It's one of the, and it's so if disobedience brings curses, then what would bring blessings? Obedience. Obedience, you get blessings. We talk about the curses on our people in Deuteronomy, and I gotta read, oh my gosh, maybe I need to read Psalms 106 before leaving, because it's very powerful. We talk about the curses on our people, but in Deuteronomy, but also in Deuteronomy, talk about the blessings. See, like Moorish World TV, Tarkabe, he's not with the Bible, because the idea of us being cursed, but it also talks of us, blessed. It's just, you're disobedient. You want to be like the heathen, like the Gentiles, like the other nations. Yeah, you're going to be given over to them. And these curses are going to overtake you. But if we are obedient, then we're going to be overtaken by blessings. Duh. But see, we want to be like, and we are supposed to actually be a light to the Gentiles. That's why I'm saying we really need to consider what we refer to ourselves as. Even, do you understand? I'm getting an understanding, even in us referring to ourselves as black, when we are supposed to be a light. I'm not saying we should be calling ourselves white, a light skin. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not telling us to reject our melanin. That's not, but we got to be careful. We don't want to worship. And that's, in a sense, I have been worshiping blackness. You understand? Without me realizing it. The Bible warns against that pride. But we are supposed to be a light to the Gentiles. We're not supposed to be following their ways. We're supposed to be actually leading and being an example, representing Yah as Yasharel. I just read, let me see, with Psalms 106, David. Okay, so I may replace Lord with Yahuwah because I understand Tetragrammaton, where they replaced in the scriptures, they placed Yahuwah, English, modern English translation, Jehovah. They replaced it with Lord and God in capitalized letters and stuff. So understand that's how I may read it. I'll remove this image and I'm gonna leave it with that. How you doing, Drea? Yeah, see, when they called us black, understand, they knew what they were doing. This wasn't just about our beautiful melanin. It's about putting a curse. You're going to continue in us, and especially when we embrace black. It was one thing when by law and we had no choice, you're Negro, but when we embrace, see, black is a term we embrace, even though Negro means black, but that was, also by law. But colored Negro, but it was black that we eventually embraced. Do you understand? And you think from that time period of the late 60s on, we also embraced that pride. Do you understand? That's and us now willingly calling ourselves. No, they weren't just calling us that. They knew exactly what they do. Satan knows exactly what he's doing. These are going to be black people. These are going to be white people. See, we're supposed to be a light to the other nations. I'm not talking about no complexion. That's not what I'm talking about. You got this channel 4 light or whatever. I'm not talking about that. Yeah, that's just some pride-driven stuff. Trying to say light skin is closer to God, all that kind of mess. Please. Adam was made of the dirt. All right. So obviously he was a melanated person. So I'm not debating on that. But the thing is, what I'm saying is we are supposed to be, we got to really consider what we choose to call ourselves. Now, who can utter the mighty acts of Yahuwah? Who can show forth all his praise? I'm reading Psalm 106. David. Blessed are they that keep judgment. Blessed are they that keep judgment, and he that doeth righteousness at all times. Remember me, O Yahuwah, with the favor that thou bearest unto thy people. O visit me with thy salvation, that I may see the good of thy chosen, that I may rejoice in the gladness of thy nation, that I may glory with thine inheritance. We have sinned. Now, see, he's acknowledging back then. Now, notice how he said, we have sinned. We have sinned with our fathers. We have committed iniquity or sin. We have done wickedly. And understand this pattern keeps happening over and over again, where we end up going into captivity by our enemies. Now, why does this keep happening? Just like, look at what's happening with this Carmelo Anthony and the young man, the Asian story. This is really, and we're still dealing with this. Okay, but anyways, it says, our fathers understood not thy wonders in Egypt. They remembered not the multitude of thy mercies, but provoked him at the sea, even the Red Sea. Nevertheless, he, the Most High Yah, saved them for his name's sake. He saved them. So, we were saved. Our people, ancestors were saved. Instead of just destroying us as a nation, because we were to represent, to give an example to these other nations. Nevertheless, he saved them for his name's sake, that he might make his mighty power to be known. He rebuked the Red Sea also. Thank you, dear. And it was dried up. So he led them through the depths, as through the wilderness. Now they saw all these miracles and stuff. And he saved them, just like he saved us over and over again. And he saved them from the hand of him that hated him, and redeemed them from the hand of the enemy. Now understand, we know that the land was originally Kemet, the land of Ham. Egypt is actually a Grecian word, actually meaning bondage. So what is Egypt today? Okay. And the water, he saved them from the hand of him that hated them, and redeemed them from the hand of the enemy. And the waters covered their enemies, and there was not one of them left. With the Red Sea, over Pharaoh and his army. Then believed they his words. They sang his praise. But they soon forgot his works. They forgot they forgot all that. And this was a generation of people who witnessed all these miracles, the plagues. They saw the Pharaoh's army destroyed in the waters. They witnessed all that. But they soon forgot his works. They waited not for his counsel, but lusted exceedingly in the wilderness, and tempted Yahuwah in the desert. So, all this complaining and, why we gotta steal it? We were doing better in Egypt. At least in Egypt, we still yearning for Egypt. Whether Egypt now America, look at some of the architecture. Some say, compare this to Babylon, but I see Babylon's like kind of representing the whole system of the Western world, like kind of under Rome. But more specifically, I see Egypt today, America. But they were complaining. At least in Egypt, at least we had garlic and we had this and we had this to eat, and they were just complaining when you're reading the scriptures. Okay. Again, it said they soon forgot his works. They waited not for his counsel, but lusted exceedingly in the wilderness, and tempted Yah in the desert. And he gave them their request, but sent leanness into their soul. So he gave them their request. They envied Moses, being jealous of him, also in the camp, and Aaron, the saint of Yahuwah. And the earth opened up and swallowed Dathan and covered the company of Abiram. Those who were trying to conspire against Moses and Aaron, feeling like they could do a better job leading. And a fire was kindled in their company. The flame burnt up the wicked. They made a calf in Horeb and worshipped the molten image. Thus they changed their glory into similitude of an ox that eateth grass. See, worshiping creation, worshiping animals, the sun, flowers, plants, stones, wood. They forgot Yahuwah, their savior, which had done great things in Egypt, wondrous works in the land of Ham, Cam, Kemet, and terrible things by the Red Sea. Therefore he said that he would destroy them, had not Moses, his chosen, stood before him in the breach to turn away his wrath, lest he should destroy him. And Moses kind of had to plead. Yea, they despised the pleasant land. They believed not his word. So they were given pleasant land and stuff, but they still, but they murmured in their tents, complaining. We do that, and hearkened not unto the voice of Yahuwah. Therefore, he lifted up his hand against them to overthrow them in the wilderness, to overthrow their seed among the nations. This is how people been scattered, and to scatter them in the lands. They joined themselves also unto Baal Peor, Baal worship and stuff, and ate the sacrifices of the dead. Thus they provoked him to anger with their inventions, and the plague break in upon them. See, plague. What is plague? You think sicknesses, illnesses. See what I'm saying? The plague break in upon them. Then stood up Phinehas and executed judgment. Now, if you know the story of Phinehas, you had the Israelite man, he had a foreign woman. If you know the story, it's kind of cold-blooded. It may sound cold-blooded to y'all. It ain't cold, because they didn't play that. If you know what Phinehas in the Bible, if you know what David is talking about here, okay, there was an Israelite man a man of Yasharel who wanted to get with a foreign woman, had his foreign woman, and they knew that this, because they were told not to do this, to be marrying into these other nations or giving away their sons and daughters to marriage to these other nations. They were told not to do this, okay? Because, these nations also worshiping other deities would turn them away. And they knew, so Phinehas, I'm going to just put it this way. He put an end to that because he was like, no, you ain't going to bring these curses. He knew that this was the beginning, because that's how it usually began. Them intermarrying and stuff. and wanting to copy it and mingle with the other nations, although we more specifically are told not to. Then stood up Phinehas and executed judgment. So the plague was stayed. And so the plague was stayed. And that was counted unto him for righteousness unto all generations forevermore. They angered him also at the waters of strife. At the waters of strife, so that it went ill with Moses for their sakes. Yeah, and they ended up influencing Moses at the rock, where the water was, where the rock was struck and the Most High caused the water to gush forth. But they ended up, where Moses ended up speaking, not giving glory and honor to the Most High, because Moses allowed for the people to agitate him. So then Moses didn't make it into the promised land. That's why I know that the scriptures are real, because you're not going to write that about yourself. And, you're going to try to glorify yourself at all times. Yeah. Because they provoked his spirit so that he spake unadvisedly with his lips. They did not destroy the nations concerning whom Yahuwah commanded them. Like when they were supposed to destroy the Amalekites. Remember Saul? And he did not destroy them like he was told to, because the Most High knew that these people, as they are still to this day, he knew that they would end up being a problem. But were mingled. Yeah, and I noticed in the movie Black Panther, they in their own little way throwing little hints. You remember when T'Challa, he decided to keep that man alive instead of eliminating that man? As he was told to do. But they were mingled, but were mingled among the heathen. Okay? Like the Gentiles. They mingled with them and learned their works, the customs and all that. And they served their idols, which were a snare unto them. It was a trap into all that, just like we're talking about with British invasion, getting into all that mess. And we're not just talking about race here. We're not talking about because we're also talking about other foreign nations like descendants of Ham and all as well. And they shed innocent blood, even the blood of their sons and their daughters, allowing them to be sacrificed. What do you think that a lot of these abortions are? You hear me? What do you think a lot of these abortions are? There's a multi-purpose, not only population control, especially of our people, but these are also sacrifices being done. And then even with us unaliving each other. And, and shed innocent blood, even the blood of their sons and of their daughters, whom they sacrificed unto the idols of Canaan. And the land, and you best believe, it's still Moloch worship going on. And the land was polluted with blood. And even when you think of us, out here killing each other, and our children even. Thus were they defiled with their own works and went a-whoring with their own inventions. Therefore was the wrath of Yahuwah kindled against his people, insomuch that he abhorred his own, almost hated his own inheritance. And he gave them into the hand of the heathen. Why do you think we're in this situation now? I don't know people like Morris World TV, they don't want to hear that. They don't like hearing it. But understand also the scriptures speak of us being blessed. It is what it is. Can you not deny that this ain't what's been going on? They keep thinking the answer is to get some politician or get something. No. So he gave them into the hand of the heathen. And they, since we want to be so much like them, we want to, you know what I'm saying? We want to be with, give them over to them. And they that hated them ruled over them. Their enemies also oppressed them. And you notice this keeps happening over and over again. And they were brought into subjection under their hand. Many times did he deliver them, but many times. So understand, it makes you wonder, this 400 years seem to happen repeatedly. Many times did he deliver them, but they provoked him with their counsel and were brought low for their iniquity. Provoked him with their counsel. Reasoning, I guess. And were brought low for their iniquity. Nevertheless, he regarded their affliction. And nevertheless, he still regarded, gave consideration to our affliction when he heard their cry. And he remembered for them his covenant and repented according to the multitude of his mercies. He made them. Do you think, look at, you got other groups of people like those who are actually, that we think of as Native Americans, who are no longer pretty much extinct. But how is it that we are still here? The so-called Negro, we're still here. You would think that we would have been destroyed. And he remembered for them his, let me see. Okay. He remembered for them his covenant and repented according to the multitude of his mercies. He made them also to be pitied of all those that carried them captives. Save us, O Yahuwah, our Elohim, and gather us from among the heathen to give thanks unto thy holy name and to triumph in thy praise. Blessed be Yahuwah Elohim of Yasharel from everlasting to everlasting. And let all the people say, Amen. Praise ye Yahuwah. And it says in the scriptures that, see, the curses will end. We remember who we are. So first, right, we got to remember who we are. Remember who we are. Remember what it said? And, they've taken in Psalms 83. Remember what it says? Psalms 83. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, Yahshua, and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Yasharel may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are a confederate against thee. And what's this council? Like, we could also be thinking of the Council of Nicaea. We could be thinking there's been these agendas against us. Now, who are these people? The tabernacles of Edom. They've hooked up. These are the initial people going against us. And the Ishmaelites of Moab and the Hagarenes, Gebal and Ammon and Amalek and the Philistines. This is even before the Europeans got involved, right? with the inhabitants of Tyre. And it's interesting when you see what's going on. It's probably why now these nations, these Edomite and Shemitic nations, notice now what they're going through, and you know what I'm saying? Tyre and Assur also is joined with them. So there's been a confederacy against us going way back. Eventually, they were able to, even get the Nephilim to send, the Goths, if you will, the descendants of the Horites. Well, that kind of go way back with Esau, but to eventually join on. You understand? Look at Benaiah Israel's video. More recent upload. And talking about dark skin, there has been a purge. This has been going on in continuation. But it says dark-skinned Israelites in the official records of medieval Europe. And I got information that I've been eager to share. Well, obviously, I'm not too eager being that I'm not up in here. But I've been holding on to for a minute. There was a purging. There's been a concerted effort that we just see ourselves as nothing more than black. Okay. Please check this out when you get a chance. There are a lot of, but see, when we remember who we are, it says, when we remember who we are, go back to keeping the covenant, Okay, like remember observing the Sabbath and doing all that is required, and that is when it's going to end. That is when you're not going to hear about the Carmelo Anthonys. And there are certain things already in effect. Why do you think there's an effort to have us believing that we're any and everything but Yasharel? Now we're FBA. You see, in the Western world is falling. So these are critical times right now. The Western world is falling, y'all. It's in effect. It says Esau is the end, and Jacob will follow. So y'all, let me get out here, answer this phone. Yeah. So I know I gotta chill with the music. I know I'm gonna have to really, do, myself. So I'm gonna get back. Let me answer this phone. Y'all, thanks for joining. It would have been great if it was more people listening, but I'll get back with y'all later. Much peace, much love, family.